Cincinnati alternate.
Can somebody mute the phone people right now?
Hey, you guys need to mute yourselves. Thanks. Joey Lasso, Columbus.
Dwayne Burke Boulder, Toledo alternate.
Mark Wood, Columbus rep.
Derek Dufour, Zanesville rep.
You muted the room.
Oh, I'm Annette Ludd, Toledo rep.
Frank Perkassis, Cincinnati representative.
I think we jumped the table now.
Yeah, good.
Frank, you went, Brian.
Oh, Brian Honan.
Who is that, Brian?
Yeah, Department of Legal Services, OOD.
And what's your last name?
Honan.
Oden, okay.
Honan, Honen.
Oh, Honan, okay, thank you.
Rick Shantz, SCHANZ, OOD Legal.
Christy Howe, Program Manager.
Sally Nunes, Area Manager.
Amy Seger, Budget and Data Manager.
Orville Sharp, Columbus Consultant.
Yvette Shackelford.
Chris Johnson, operator 425, Dayton area, and 1016 Columbus area.
John McNamara, Akron alternate.
Keith Trammell, Dayton representative.
All right, thanks, guys. The people on the telephone, how are you guys doing? Are they still muted now?
9:04 a.m. Status bar.
John Kennedy from Zanesville, doing well, Larry, thank you.
Great. Hey, let's start with Zanesville. Anybody else out there from Zanesville today? All right. How about Cincinnati?
John Jack, Georgia.
Who is
All
that?
right, John Jack of Georgia.
Oh, John.
Cincinnati?
Tanya Koo, consultant.
That was Tanya Koo.
Mm-hmm. Anybody from Dayton area?
Scott Shepard, Consultant.
Cool. How about Columbus? Nothing. Akron?
Kelsey Burrier, consultant.
Toledo? And Cleveland?
Andrew Mosley, consultant.
Oh, is that Andrea Mosley?
Anne Marie.
Anne Marie Mosley, okay.
There was somebody else on there too.
Tom Neal.
Oh,
I thought I heard Tom Darren earlier.
yeah, Tom Mott.
And Tom Darren's on there, Mott's on there too.
All right, well, good morning, everybody. Here we go.
Mr. Chair,
Yep.
is Jeannie Schneider on it? She was trying to call in, and I don't know if she knew to unmute her.
That's a, maybe there's a Toledo phone number on there.
Yeah.
Mr. Chair, would you want me to go down the list of all the names that are on here?
I don't care. I mean,
I don't care either.
if Jeannie's listening, great. I didn't know it's that big a deal. She's been to meetings before.
No, Mr. Chair, because we give up removal
Speech off.
credits for.
Yes, we do.
why it's
Speech on.
important to-
Speech off.
someone who's on there.
Yeah, I don't know how to unmute her phone from over here. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, you can try to verify her number, but we're going to go ahead and go on with the meeting. I believe motions is up first.
We need to approve the minutes.
Oh, approve the minutes first. Thanks, Christopher. Approve the minutes from May.
I'll second.
Okay, so who approved the minutes? We have Larry, And Keith Trammell?
I just said, okay.
Well, I'm just trying to
Get it
confirm.
done with.
Thank you.
We're all caught up with minutes now. It's been a while. I didn't know if we was missing any. Previous-
Mr. Chair, I think what we're doing is the May 6th, the statewide minutes is what.
Yes, exactly.
Okay,
And it would have been May 4th, actually, the May
Yeah,
4th
you're right.
statewide minutes.
You're right.
all
Are
right.
you making a motion that the minutes be approved?
Yeah.
I just brought it up.
I thought he was
Yeah.
making the motion.
Make the motion.
I'd like to make the motion that the minutes be approved. Thank you.
I'll second.
Thanks, Brian.
All right,
Okay, so I have Keith make the motion, Frank seconded.
now we go over motions and responses from the
So,
state.
And-
Mr. Chair?
Mr. Chair, do we?
Christie, there was no response to motions for the statewide. The only motion that was made during statewide was accepting the minutes from the previous meeting. So I did not do any, because we
Okay.
did not really respond to that.
Easy peasy.
Quick question to the Secretary. So we have a motion to approve the minutes from May 4th statewide. Frank, was it Keith made the motion, Frank seconded. Do we have an acceptance?
Third.
All those in favor?
We got to vote.
Do we have a vote?
Aye.
Oh, my bad. It's been a minute. I don't know
Do we
where
have a vote?
everybody's at either.
Me neither, actually, so.
Can we start over with the vote, please?
Yes.
Aye. Yes.
Aye.
Yeah. Are you catching all that, Chris?
Yes.
Okay, and it's me? Yes.
Aye.
Keith? And I think that's it. All right, are we already up to public comment? I think Dwayne Burkholder had something he wanted to speak about.
Yeah, thank you, Larry. This comment probably addresses more importantly the 35% variance is going to be talked about later, but what I have to say is a little bit lengthy, so I thought maybe putting it in the public comment would be a little bit better where I could speak without being interrupted. And then it gives you something to think about until we get to that topic as well. So before I talk about the 35% variance, I gotta lay a little bit of a foundation for what I wanna say. And this is going to go back to what is written in our rules, and I'm specifically addressing what's in the Ohio Administrative Code. And it's in chapter 3304:1-21, where it talks about the Business Enterprise Program. And then within that topic, there is rule number 4 that talks about the Business Enterprise Program, the operator's responsibilities. Now, I know that this is not really new to a lot of people here. We've kind of combed over these rules and read them ourselves, and it's been kind of thrown out in comment over the previous meetings and such. But I do want to kind of go over this just to lay this foundation if I could. Point A of this rule states all licensed operators in the business enterprise are self-employed entrepreneurs who are not employees of the state. And I think for that we can all agree that we are self-employed operators. But I do want to make a distinction, if I may, on self-employed operators that I know some of us think that we may be independent self-employed operators, but I submit that we are not independent, because none of us would have the facilities that we have if it were not for the BE program. So, in effect, that we are dependent operators instead of independent operators. An independent operator would be someone that would go out, establish their own locations, come up with their own route, buy their own machines, pay for their own service on their machines. That would be independent. We are dependent operators. And I want to come down to the bottom of this paragraph A, if I may, where it says, all operators who choose to participate in the BE program shall, and then has a colon, and then there are 20 subpoints to this paragraph A of things that operators who are dependent on the program shall do. Now, I want to go down to subparagraph 18, and this says here that you shall prepare and submit a monthly operator report in the BE format prescribed, and then it goes on to say, when BE determines reasonable cause, operators shall produce supporting documentation of information on the MOR. Now, this is not a records review. This is simply if you have something on your MOR that is in question for whatever reason, the BE organization has the right to ask for supporting documentation. Now, the rub in that statement there, or that subparagraph 18, I think, is that phrase that says reasonable cause. Okay, so now this kind of lays the foundation for what I want to say here. Just showing that, you know, we have the obligation to produce supporting documentation. Now, the records review is addressed in subpoint 19, which talks about records review for operators that are less than 3 years in the program, and they're going to do a whole lot more than just show receipts. They're going to show whether they have a BWC certificate or health license, et cetera, like that. But showing one receipt is not a records review. All right, now, as far as the 35% variance, the current term of the OVRC started back in July of last year, and in that very first meeting in July, we established the work groups, or if you want to call them subcommittees, that doesn't matter to me either way. But one of those subcommittees was the OBM Audit Committee, of which I believe on that committee was Annette and Derek and Dave, and then later on I believe that Amy was on that committee as well. So that was in July. When the August meeting rolled around, this committee had already met. They had a recommendation for the OVRC that there would be a 35% variance that would you know, trigger that, or you know, establish that anomaly, as it was called. And then if there was a trigger for that 35% anomaly, the consultants would initiate a phone call to the operator and try to verify that. So this turned into a motion in that August meeting, and in that August meeting, that motion passed by unanimous vote. So that is every operator representing their districts in Ohio, and hence representing every operator within Ohio was kind of put in with that clause there. So that passed with unanimous vote, and then sometime between that meeting in August and early September, that was submitted to the OBM. And I know that when the motion responses come out in September, that the Bureau elected to adopt that motion, but OVM was not quite so impressed with that, because they said that verbal verification is not verification, and they want to have the source documents. Now, I know that's kind of a point of contention to a lot of people, but the rules that I've already previously read already gives the authorization to the program to require those documents. The only rub was in that rule was the clause that said reasonable cause. Now, I submit that since the OVRC voted on that 35%, that vote gave reasonable cause to trigger that a requirement for the supporting documents. Now, I know that, you know, a lot of people do not agree with that. They feel like it's an infringement on their rights, but I guess I could maybe go back to my beginning comment.
Dwayne.
And
Thank you. Hey, you did say it was lengthy, but you've been over 5 minutes,
Okay.
and we can bring it back up in the variance.
All
But
right.
I appreciate your taking the time to point all that stuff out and remind us where we are today. I really do. Oh man, Chris, did you have something for public comment as well?
No, sir, you got it on the agenda.
Okay, it's on the agenda. Anybody else?
Mr. Chair, I know if we can get him, I know he was on the phone. I believe Mott had public comment,
Okay,
if he's still on the phone.
Mott, you out there?
There he is.
You on there, Mott? Mott, if you're on there, it's *6 to unmute. Well,
Who are you looking for?
Mott,
Mr. Chair, he just left the meeting. I don't know if he's trying
Oh,
to call
okay.
back in.
Well, all right. Is there anybody else with a public comment? All right, I'll do mine. I just wanted to shout out that I'm in the Funniest Person in Columbus finals for July 31st at the Funny Bone. And I'd like to see you blind asses out there, but anyway, there it is.
Congratulations.
Thank you. So the next thing, let's see. Mott didn't make it back.
He just got back on.
Mott, are you out there?
It says he's muted, so.
Unmute yourself.
Mott, unmute at *6.
Hello?
Yeah.
We got you.
Hello?
We can hear you.
We can hear you. Oh, good. I had to call back. I couldn't figure out how to unmute myself for a moment. Okay, this is my public comment. There are a couple of issues that I did not see on the agenda, so it's a very brief comment and I'll read it. In the next 90 days, the committee should actively participate with the agency to communicate to operators a written policy specifying their responsibility for the purchase of equipment and supplies for their locations, both permanent and temporary. The policy should include dollar amounts, supply and equipment categories, MOR reporting procedures, and facility transition contingencies. This last, the facility transition things, this last should include but not be limited to locks, CoinMex, DBAs, and credit card readers as needed. Since significant security and operational issues are involved, this policy should not be deferred pending the securing of alternate funding sources. So I'm not going to belabor it. I feel like I've been clear enough about that. I've been concerned about that for a while. I'm still concerned about it, and I've heard nothing from either the committee or the agency. So, also, one other issue. Also, operators should be notified before the upcoming trainer trainings as to what the hourly rate for training will be. Personally, I will continue to train if the hourly rate is at least $30 an hour, assuming 3 40 hours in stands for each training. This would total $3,600 per trainee for 120 hours of one-on-one training. This is a bargain considering that $1 million in lifetime earnings is not an unreasonable projection for an operator. I have long passed that benchmark. Still have many other operators that we know of. So that concludes my public comment. I won't be able to stay with the call, but I will contact Frank next week to see if the committee has stepped up to either of these pressing issues. And I want to thank everybody for their attention. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Thank you, Mike.
Yes, sir.
All right. I believe the first item on the agenda is about Tri-C and the temping. Maureen?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Yes, sir.
We've acquired and taken over the other campuses for Tri-C up in Cleveland. And Jeff Squid and brand new operator Brian Rust are going to temp those various campuses for us. And I was just wondering, I know we've done this in the past for a lot of places, if we could allow them to temp for a full school year to really establish sales there. So just throwing that out to the committee.
Mr. Chair,
Annette?
I don't have any problem necessarily with being temp for that period of time. I'm curious though, and I nothing against Brian or Jeff. I'm really happy Brian would get his first opportunity and Jeff to do things. Was Mark asked if he would, because I know his sales are horrible low. And, he
I
already
could probably
does
answer
one of
that
the Tri-C places, and I know the temp that he's supposedly
that's right.
been gonna have for some time is not open yet. So I was just curious about that.
Mr. Chair,
Sound.
Mark was asked to temp any and all of the other
Okay.
campuses if he had wanted, since his main facility is Tri-C, but he opted not to take those.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, which Mark is that? Mark Wood or
Messick.
No.
Messick?
Messick. Youngstown. Do we need a motion for that?
Yes. I'll be happy to, that Tri-C, what is it, additional campuses, or, I don't know?
Yes.
Tri-C additional campuses be temped for one full school year?
I'll second.
Mr. Chairperson.
Yes, for Chris.
Johnson, Columbus. I would suggest to the committee that you consider specifying a date when the agency would post a vacancy announcement so that the incoming operator for the 25-26 school year would be able to begin their operation at the beginning of the school year in order to establish a cash flow. So I would suggest that perhaps that the agency be responsible to post the vacancy on or about June 1st, 2025. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I don't necessarily object to the full school year either. There is procedures in place which say you can do it for 6 months, and then you come back and ask the committee if there's a need to extend it. Is the reason for not doing that to offer an inducement to people to take on the temporary opportunities knowing that they'll get a full year? Or is it just convenience? Or otherwise there's actually a procedure for doing it that already exists, and you can establish a time for 6 months, and if it needs to be extended, you come back to the committee and do that then.
Mr. Chair, for other campuses and universities, we've gone ahead and just approved the full school year at one time. I can bring it back at the 6-month point if that's better.
Mr. Chair. Well, and I don't know that it would be necessary. I think probably the procedure and the rules that cause the procedure would be covered if we were to, accept this motion for a full year. I'm just curious why we choose to do it differently, and I know it has been done that way in the past for various reasons. And I don't object to it being the full year, but I kind of object to, do we need that much information in this climate where we've got new people coming online that don't have work? And granted, one of these is a person who doesn't have any other work, and that's wonderful, and that's the way it should be whenever possible. But to extend that broadly is more important than anything else I can think of when it comes to choosing temps.
Anything else? Can we get a vote? Frank?
Yes.
Annette?
Yes.
Dave?
Yes.
Mark?
Yes.
Is it me now?
Yeah.
Yes. Keith?
I kind of want to abstain because I don't, it's about a.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
did that motion even have a second?
Yes.
Oh, it did, okay.
And that's seconded, I believe.
Oh,
Is
okay,
there anybody
okay.
else over here to the left of me?
And Derek.
You don't forget Derek.
Not voting people.
Derek, I'm sorry.
What? Like I'm here? Yes.
All right. Vacant locations?
Do we have a pass? And so it did pass?
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
It did, okay.
And Keith abstained.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I apologize to everyone in advance. This is a lengthy list of locations that we need to make some decisions about. The first one is a ROTC location at UC ROTC. Dave has been temping that. It's been making, I think you said, less than $20 a month, Dave.
Oh, yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, it's terrible. The ability to access the machine is awful. It couldn't be worse. There's no good place to park. I literally got a ticket trying to, or almost got a ticket trying to fill the machine for the first time. It's terrible.
Okay. So I know that sounds inviting to everyone, but can we go ahead and try posting it as a site, and we'll likely end up waiving it? Does anyone object to that?
I would almost object to you posting it as a site.
There's no need to put it out as a site.
Okay. I mean, I don't know.
Mr. Chair, there's also, there is another vending company in that building on a different floor. I don't know if that matters to anybody, but there is someone else in there. We only have that one Pepsi machine, that's it.
You're probably suffering just as much.
Mr. Chair, I guess that does beg the question, why the hell is there a vending company in a building that we have priority over?
Because that wasn't always UC's building.
Is there a good population there? Is it worth fighting for, or is it? doesn't-
$20 a month.
Yeah.
Not in my opinion, but that's.
Yeah. That's what I think.
The other vending company's staying for a reason. They're not doing $20 a month. are they?
Their machines, Mr. Chair, look very old and not very well attended to, which may be indicative of the same problems I'm talking about.
Mr. Chair, I move that we offer a waiver to UC for the ROTC building.
I'll second it.
Who was that second?
Mark
Is that Mark Wood?
But, Mr. Chair, since it was seconded, there may be, there's 2 other operators on UC's main campus who may actually want that machine.
No way.
There's 2 other operators, we
Are
don't
they
know.
A $20 a month location?
I think that perhaps we
They
should.
should be
just put-
reevaluated as operators.
I mean, I don't think that's for us to say, but
I do.
think we
Yeah,
should.
that's $20 a month. One service call will wipe out 2 years of
I think maybe.
sales, not even considering profits.
I think maybe it should be put out and see if anybody takes it.
Well, let's see what the vote says. Anybody else got anything to say? No. Frank?
Yeah, vote.
Oh, crap.
Wake up, Frank.
Frank's going to bid on it.
No, I'm not. I'm going to say no.
Annette?
Yes.
Derek?
Yes.
Mark?
Yes.
Yes.
You forgot Dave Patrick.
Dave Pageant,
Yes.
sorry.
Yes.
Tough morning.
Yes.
Yes.
Mr. Chair.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, I know I'm in the room.
Oh, hi, Seth. Now we know.
Yeah, I was trying to get your attention
Was you waving?
because I will bid on it,
This is great.
even
Well,
if my head needs examined.
Glad you said it. Oh, wow. Well, doesn't sound like a great business decision, but can we, do you want to undo this and put it out or leave it as stand? I don't know. I've never came across this before.
I was requesting, I guess nobody heard, so the telecommunications might have a problem.
There might be some, yeah, we couldn't hear.
So, Mr. Chair, I guess I just need guidance in my,
Right.
what we're doing here.
Annette, is there a way to undo the vote?
Someone would have to, once it's voted on, I think it's voted on.
I think it's voted on.
Someone could make another motion to reverse that.
Does anybody willing to make a motion for a $20 location and then second it? Is anybody willing to do that?
Mr. Chair, I have a question. Can we, I want to ask, I think it was Derek who made the motion originally. Can we put it out as a side attachment, Derek? And then if nobody applies for it or nobody takes it, then give them the waiver? Would you be agreeable to that or not?
Valid motion was made and passed, and if the Bureau wants to ignore it, they are more than able to do that. But I wouldn't recommend it.
I was just asking.
Mr. Chair, I would suggest that regarding the possibility of overturning this motion, you might just turn to Dave and ask him, because Seth was suggesting that the reason he may be interested is because he had questions about whether the telecommunications equipment was working right, which I interpret to mean is the card reader getting a signal. So just turn to Dave and ask him, do you have credit card acceptance on that machine? That's the real fact.
Mr. Chair, actually, my statement was that I was saying, Mr. Chair, as I was walking up on the phone to interject before the vote to say that I would bid on it, if that would have changed anybody's vote. That there would be somebody whose head needs examined, who's not fit to be an operator, to take a $20 machine.
Yeah. I haven't got a motion.
I understand that. I was just responding to
Yeah.
what the gentleman said. So it wasn't about whether or not the card reader works. It was about, I was trying to be involved in the meeting through the telecommunications.
Oh,
And
I think you were muted.
you guys didn't,
Seth.
no, I heard it when I came in, so I didn't do anything between. I'm just saying,
Yeah, I don't have a motion. He can't. All right, continue on.
So the motion carries?
Yeah.
Did we, Mr. Chair, did we skip the SCC on purpose?
We're still in the vacant
Yeah, but I mean, there's a list, and I didn't know if we were going from
That was
top to
the first
bottom.
We've
item.
only
Jumping
done the
around.
first item.
I'm sorry?
We've only done the first location.
DSCC was the
Oh, I
first.
see.
But DSCC is the
I've got
first
it in a
one
different
listed.
order on my paper, so I apologize.
On my agenda, the DSCC is
Okay.
the first one.
Got it.
No, I'm
Sorry.
just curious if we're going.
No, I
Okay.
was looking at some notes I had, so I apologize. Okay, DSCC Building 20, floors 3 and 4. These were 2 floors of vending that originally were attached to the C-store that Laura Kolb had. And if you recall, we've taken the C-store down to now the first floor. And this is also the same location where DSCC has put out an RFP for a cafeteria. So I guess we need to just figure out, are we putting the 3rd and 4th floors out for bid for any DSCC operator or another operator to bid on? Or at one point, we talked about attaching it to one of the facilities. I just need a decision on that.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion that the DSCC Building 20 floors 3 and 4 be put out as site attachments.
Second.
We get discussion
Any discussion?
Mr. Chair,
John?
there needs to be a stipulation that if someone other than the person that's going to be on the 3rd floor, that's what I'm saying, that someone other than Mark test the machines on the 3rd floor, that those machines will be turned off when Mark goes up there.
Wait, what?
Yeah, there's something, I guess Mark may be moved up to the 3rd floor and at the cafeteria, or is there a date set for him to move up to the 3rd floor?
No.
There's not?
Mr. Chair, John's point is well taken. If something horrible were to happen, that Mark did get moved up there, and another operator was running those, that could be harmful to a facility that would already be harmed fairly significantly. So,
Would it be strange, I was gonna say, put both floors out as separate, but yeah, it's a mess over there.
It's a mess.
Mr. Chair, that's what I would do.
Mr. Chair, that has been suggested that they be put out separately. And it's also been suggested by people on the campus that what John was suggesting, that we put them out with the caveat that if worst case scenario happens and we move the 1st floor market back to the 3rd floor, that we then revert that 3rd floor operation to that person. I don't know that the rules allow that. And the alternative to posting in the site attachments now is to continue temping them until such time as we know exactly what happens. And, this is a very difficult thing, and we just, at some point, need to make a decision what we're gonna do with them. I think it's wrong to continue to tempt them ad nauseum. What's at stake isn't that great that we need to worry about it and bang our heads against rocks to figure out what to do in this situation. I think the real choices are either put it out now as site attachment or temp it until we know. And who knows if we'll ever know anyway. I mean, DSCC is such a mess anyhow, it always has been. I mean, something changes significantly there about every year,
Wow.
historically speaking, for the last 15 years. It's been that way.
Mr. Chair,
John?
nothing's going to change on the 4th floor. It's just the 3rd floor that's going to change. There's no reason why you shouldn't put out the 4th floor right now anyways.
Thank you. Any other comments or discussion? All right, let's vote. Frank?
Yes.
Annette?
actually, no.
Dave?
Yes.
Derek?
Yes.
Damn, is there some, Mark?
Pass. Yes.
Yes. What's the score?
3-1.
Man. Yes.
No.
And Mr. Chair, was the motion to post it?
That's the side attachment.
Okay.
Well, it sounds like we have a pass, 3-2. Four to two.
I think he switched from fast to
He
yes.
went past to, yes.
So if he said yes, then it's 5-2.
Okay, Mr. Chair, the next two locations are, they're called Market Point at UC. These are gonna be like a robotic food area where there will be, I think, 2 pop and 2 snack machines, but they're also interested in a Max Pizza, a Farmer's Fridge, Just Bake, some of those other options. I need to know, are we going to tempt those? Are we going to post them immediately? We don't have any sales data, but I don't know necessarily if we need the sales data or if we can just post them now or tempt them.
Well, Mr. Chair, there's never been any, I don't think there's ever been any snack machines or anything. That was some kind of cafeteria snack bar thing before, right?
Yeah.
You know, there's no sales data whatsoever. We've never been in there before.
Is it just a dining area or is it classrooms?
Well, the idea is they're trying to have like a robotic food room, you know, and it's going to have the pizza machine, the Just Baked, they want a Farmer's Fridge, snacks and pop.
And pizza machine. Yep.
I assume that some assessments, is there any way that these two could make another facility? Do we know that at all, or that's, I mean, I don't know. If there's a possibility they could be another job, then we should probably tempt them to find out. If this is just a small little place and we know, you know when you see it, that it's not gonna be another job, then they should go out probably and find it.
Well, Mr. Chair, we have a little bit of experience we can rely on here as far as how successful Farmer's Fridge has been on campus, and at least a couple of the machines have already been removed for lack of sales, and a couple other ones were slated to be.
I never feel comfortable when a food area turns into a micro market or a robot, because it just seems like there's no money there. It just seems like it goes that way.
Yeah, the Farmer's Fridge will likely be unsuccessful in that location too. So I highly doubt there's going to be enough money to even suggest a standalone facility.
Mr. Chair.
Steph?
Plus, with Farmer's Fridge, you have to sign a year contract, and it's like $2,500 if you pull out before a year. So if we're going to temp it, we're already going to put somebody on the hook for $2,500 just to put a Farmer's Fridge there if they have to leave it after 6 months.
Mr. Chair,
John?
with Just Baked, you have to sign a 3-year contract as well.
Mr. Chair,
Frank?
Sally, is Just Baked a part of that? I don't remember. And I don't know if you have it in front of you. It's not that important, but it was a lot of the, like you said, the robotic stuff. I don't know if Just Baked was part of that or if that was a part of something else.
Mr. Chair, Frank, I'm not sure. I'm just relying on what I've heard.
Yeah.
I don't know for sure which machines will go in there and which won't. Again, please remember the Farmer's Fridge, Max Pizza, and Just Bake, those are contracts between the operator and the robotics company. So I
That'll be the only thing in that building is the food.
And we'll have a snack and pop.
Well, I know, but I meant that that's the only thing bringing people in there is the food. There's no classes, no.
I don't know what all.
Mr. Chair, this is Tanya Phil.
Yeah, they're.
Hi, Tanya.
I can give you some information about Market Point. It is actually a location that is going to be attached to 2 dormitories, and there is a dining hall in there, but the whole idea of the robotics food room is to help UC with offering other food options for the students, as well as when the dining hall isn't open.
Mr. Chair, is there any information related to how these interact with the existing vending operations that we operate? I mean, do we already have vending in these dorms? Do we?
Yes.
Yep. Because I think that these questions.
That's
So-
good to know.
knowing-
Snack and pops are.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, Market Point is directly between Calhoun and Sedal Halls, which are both mine.
Okay. Oh, man. Yeah, that's a tough one.
It's going to be connected to both buildings.
And the dining hall's still going to be operational. It's, like they said, the vending and the machines are going to be there for if somebody wants somewhere, if the dining room's closed.
No, Mr. Chairs, Calhoun and Sedal have, with snack and the drinks, have always been really good sellers.
Yeah, they probably still will be, yeah.
They probably still will be. And the snack and the pop, if we have machines down there in Market Point, will likely do just as well. But the Farmer's Fridge will most likely fail just like the other ones have. And I don't know. I have my doubts about the Just Baked and even the pizza machine. The only upside with the pizza machine is it will have the provider is local. He's very close. Like service and problems will be addressed almost immediately.
Yeah.
Mr. Chair, it honestly doesn't sound like there's any possibility that this could be a standalone facility. So, I move that we put them out as site attachments.
Anybody seconding that? It sounds like a mess.
All right.
I'll second.
Oh.
Does anybody know what a contract with the pizza machine is like? And is it, yeah.
Well, Mr. Chair, a little bit of information I have, he was going to, I think he's very flexible and eager to work with us. And he was going to give us a commission on the sales.
And if we're not willing to take on a farmer's machine or a Just Baked, can the school take that on and be responsible for that?
I'm sure they would love that, but I don't know if we want them doing that.
Mr. Chair, I have a question though.
You bet.
So are we saying you're not temping it because these contracts that an operator has to enter into? Is that the reason why you wouldn't want to establish the numbers first?
Well, we've kind of got people hesitant to contract with Farmer's Fridge because they'll be out of pocket if it's not successful. And I guess Just Baked has a 3-year contract.
Mr. Chair,
John?
I'm getting a Farmer's Fridge up in Cleveland. I have not been told at all that I will be held responsible for anything. They begged me to come in there because of the success of the post office in Chicago.
Mr. Chair, I think
That might be able to be waived.
I think Farmer's Fridge has said more than once, if they pull the machine for lack of sales, they're not going to impose that $2,500 fee. If we request the machine to be removed, we'll be on the hook for that.
Oh, okay.
Yes, Mr. Chair, it's just, if an operator only has it for 6 months, then they have to break their contract.
Oh, yeah.
They will have to pay the $2,500 for
That's
breaking
true.
their
I see what
contract.
you're saying now.
All right. Anything else? All right. Frank?
Yes.
Annette?
Yes.
Dave,
Yes.
Derek,
Yes.
yes. Mark, yes. I'm yes. Keith?
No.
Keith said no.
Okay.
No, there's too much stuff going on.
It is a mess. I agree.
Mr. Chair, there's one more UC thing that's not on the agenda, but for time's sake, since school will be starting, probably before it could get resolved again, I haven't requested it yet, but Stratford Heights Building 12 has had, there's two Pepsi machines and a snack machine that I've had since 2009. And the machines used to be upstairs on the first floor, and back then it didn't matter. We had Blackboard readers, which were hardwired. But probably about 5 or 6 years ago, they moved all the machines down into the basement, where there's literally no signal for card readers. And my intention is to ask for those machines to be removed from my route, because all they produce is outdates. There's no sales to speak of or anything. And
Would it work if it was moved back upstairs?
it might, but I've waited 6 years. I don't want to wait anymore. But I do know there's some interest from Seth to take those, and he's in another building right across the street. If we could, I haven't requested it yet, but I will. I don't know if that's something we can vote on to put that out as a side attachment today.
Is that okay with this? You're okay with that? Anybody gonna, Frank? What building number was that?
It's Stratford Heights Building 12.
Now, Mr. Chair, is the committee comfortable with it being put out as a side attachment?
Sure. I mean, that doesn't matter to me.
Well, Mr. Chair, I would rather see efforts be made to put those machines in a suitable location within the building.
Well, Mr. Chair, I think they are talking about moving them to another location, but for probably 2 years now, I have been lobbying for those machines to get moved upstairs into the lobby. And they originally agreed to that a couple months ago, and then they backed out again, and now they're talking about putting them on the second or third floor that I don't really remember that I've ever seen. I don't know if that will solve the signal issues or not, but I'm not willing to risk more product and wait around and find out.
Mr. Chair, it leads us back to the discussion about if it's a machine that does $20 a month, are they machines that we want to continue to operate? Regardless. And that's why I would rather see greater efforts be made to move them into an area where they would be beneficial.
Good luck in talking UC into doing what you want.
Mr.
Well,
Chair.
and if that's the case, if there's no chance of getting them anywhere else, the discussion gets back to, are they actually viable, and do we want to maintain equipment?
Seth is
Chair.
next.
Oh, yeah, Seth,
We'll go
okay.
Dave.
Per our last phone call with UC last couple weeks ago, the building is going to move them to the second floor.
Okay.
I understand that Dave would prefer the first floor, and if not the first floor, he's wanting to give them up. But I'm perfectly fine with these machines being moved to the second floor and giving it a try, because it is a housing unit, so got a lot of people that don't want to walk across the street to get something.
Okay. Dave?
Oh, I was just going to say, instead of being eager to give them up, there's no harm in putting them out for side attachment, especially if you know there's an operator that's going to bid on them.
All right. Any motions?
Mr. Chair, I have to disagree. The fact that somebody's willing to take something that doesn't produce doesn't mean that it's something that the program should support. And I don't know yet whether these are worth supporting or not. And if they do move to the second floor, it sounds like perhaps that would increase their productivity to a level that was suitable. But just on its face, the idea that because somebody's willing to operate a $20 a month sales machine doesn't mean that it's worth the program's investment.
Agreed.
And that has to.
But
that has to
they
be
are
part of
gonna
the
move the
calculus.
machine.
That has to be part of the calculus when deciding what to do with these things. So that being said, if it is in fact true that the machines will be moved to the second floor, I move that those machines, if Dave gives them up, be put out as a site attachment. If Dave decides to continue running them, then there's no need for this motion.
I'm not going to.
Okay, then my motion is that if the machines will, if we can get verification that from UC that the machines will be moved to the second floor, then they should be put out as site attachments.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
All right,
Frank seconded.
cool. All right. Let's vote. Frank,
Yes.
Annette,
Yes.
Yes.
Dave,
Yes.
Derek,
Yes.
Mark,
Yes.
Yes, Keith.
Yeah,
Keith said yes. All right, good. And Sally, what's next?
Okay, Mr. Chair, the next one is Abel's Heating and Cooling. This is a private, non-priority location that Kevin Sarley actually went out, and it's right across the street from his ODOT garage, so he sought it out. They've got,
Okay.
they've currently got a Pepsi machine, and he would like to add a snack machine there. I don't know that it's necessary to temp. Is it something we could just put out as a site attachment?
Mr. Chair,
Go ahead, Derek.
Yeah, there's still conversations going on about whether the Pepsi machine is available to us or not. If it is, that's great. In either case, I move that the opportunity of the HVAC business be put out as a site attachment.
I'll second.
Was it Nat?
Yep.
Yes.
Yeah.
Any discussion?
Mr. Chair, I strongly encourage the Bureau to follow up with that particular location and see if they can cajole them into letting us operate the Pepsi machine as well, because that'll make it an even more valuable position. And I also have a question for the Bureau. This will require, obviously, a contract with the Bureau. Are you going to have to spend time writing up a new contract for this, or is there some boilerplate language that's on file we can fill blanks with for this kind of thing? And just out of curiosity, because we probably will start seeing more of this moving forward.
Mr. Chair, there is a template that we can use. So it won't be starting from scratch.
Poor Rick and his people won't have to spend 2 days writing up a
They love it.
new contract. Yeah, awesome.
All right. Frank,
Yes.
Annette, Dave, Derek,
Yes.
Mark.
Yes.
Yes. Keith? Yeah. All right. Sally?
All right, Mr. Chair, the next location is, currently it's Facility 61. It's maybe not quite a facility on its own. It's the Lauschie Building up in Cleveland. It also includes Cuyahoga County Courthouse, Defense Contract Management Command in Braunau, and the USPS Parma Annex. It's currently doing $6,870 a month. And Augustin Jackson is temping that. So we could either continue to temp it, or we want to reconfigure something.
And Dave Patchen's spot, how is that doing?
Oh,
Or is that just jumping off?
It hasn't gone out for bid yet,
Yeah.
but it's not good.
Yeah, should we hold off on making,
That's what I was gonna talk to Sally or you, Chris, if they wanna bundle it all together.
A lot of it. There's a lot of it, maybe not all of it, but maybe there'd be a chance to talk about what to do. Mr. Chair, I suggest we
The
move.
Stokes,
yeah, I'm not sure what Dave's was doing, but I heard it was nothing like it used to be.
Stokes is what, is that including Farmers Freight? Yeah, because see, Farmers Freight's there, the average is probably $460-ish a month, just for the Farmers Freight. And then, 1,000 maybe to 1,500 with other machines in there.
States is still a good one.
Yeah, that's, it's just, we gotta just get rid of that, because it's doing, snack it up, 100, maybe 125.
Mr. Chair, I suggest we continue to tempt this.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't know if we need to move just to keep doing what we're doing.
Because the
I don't know.
difference is gonna be going up
Probably not.
She made a move.
Can we just leave
It
things?
was a suggestion, not a move, because I don't know that we need to have a full-fledged vote just to keep doing what we've been doing. We're not changing anything, so.
Agreed.
Just move on.
Okay, Mr. Chair, so we're gonna continue to tempt that, and then as Dave moves on to his new facility,
Mhm.
we'll tempt that for a while, and we can look at putting them together in the future. Okay. The next one is Facility 245, the SOC, and I know Mark and Julie have really been in good discussions about this and putting this together with some other Columbus sites to make a facility. Mark and Julie, did you guys want to talk about that? Sorry to put you on the spot.
Well, I mean, I know there's been people talking about putting everything together as one, but then I think you're still gonna have fallout from that stuff that people don't want, and then we're gonna end up in the same boat. We're only gonna end up with one facility. So I would like to try to make two out of the different facilities. But I know SOC needs to be put up because you have the operator transition out of there, does not want to stay there. So instead of temping it, I figured we could get it put out and somebody would take it.
And we could shore up some of these other little ones that are spattered around. Mark wants to shore them up, you know, get them somewhere where they're, you know, where they're not just dangling out there.
And Mr. Chair, just to clarify for everyone, the current SOC location is the SOC micro market, so State of Ohio Computer Center. It's a micro market with a little bit of vending. OSU Outpatient on Zollinger Road, OSU Eye and Ear on Olentangy River Road, the OSU Airport. And then what was proposed to add to those are the OSU Outpatient Care Dublin, Ohio History Center, and DPS Allen Creek. And it's projected to make about close to $169,000 a year.
Mr. Chair, and where does that leave everything else that's on the board?
So then what's left is Doug Brusso's old facility, which is taxation, the Ohio Housing Finance Agency, OSU Outpatient Care New Albany, CDC, and the Hilliard Post Office. And yeah, and then there's two brand new Columbus sites, which one is in Delaware, Ohio, which is the Ohio Army National Guard recruiting. That's been open like 2 months, and also open for 2 months is the OSU Center for Automotive Research. That's been open for 2 months as well.
And what would the sales be approximately on all of that?
If we did all of it, I don't know about those two brand new sites, but otherwise, that would be.
Mr. Chair, are we taking those two new sites currently?
Yes.
Okay. So we have a little bit of that.
So the rest of it, without the two new sites, would be about $7,500 a month. There is also DAS state purchasing, which does about another $1,000. It's kind of off on the west side by itself, but
And no guesstimate for the two that we're tempting?
they've only been open 2 months, and a couple $100.
You have to have a guess. I mean, what's the population of the buildings if nothing else? Are there 50 people in the building, or are there 500 people in the building?
Mr.
How many
Sharp, do you
machines
happen to
we
have
put in?
information on that?
For the automotive research, it's open during the summer. He says it's less than 50 people a week, but he's okay with if that goes out as an attachment. It's far from other units. It's on OSU. As far as the armory that's in Delaware, Jeff told he's still comfortable with running it. It gets busy doing drills, so that's like once a month.
Mr. Chair, I'm concerned. I like the idea of making 2 jobs. That's a great idea. I'm concerned on that second job especially, that even with that other on there, even at $9,000 a month, that comes to just what, 110,000 for a vending route. That's not sustainable. There's no one will make money. It'll fail, and we'll be back to where we are now if it all busted up and nobody wanted to run it. You know, 90 times 12 is, and that's pushing it, is just not going to. That's not a sustainable job. Nobody could make money doing that. Yeah, I mean, you'd have to hire a driver, have a vehicle. I assume there's some storage, because I know the taxation has some. I don't know if it's
Mr. Chair.
practical for the whole route.
Mr. Chair,
Julie?
isn't that still growing? I mean, taxation on its own, isn't it making more every month?
Well, it just started last month. They started coming back to 3 days a week, so.
So if that's still growing, why can't we just temp that out still to see how far it is gonna grow?
It's got a long way to go.
Mr. Chair, and I'm all for, I don't believe we need to have all mega facilities, by no means, because I'm all for new people having opportunities and people wanting to retire, but they do have to make something. And that would be a lot of work for no money. I'm worried about that, and the other one's not much better at 169.
Yeah.
I'll be honest with you. I don't know what, I like the idea of having 2 jobs, I really do, and I'm hoping that there's a way to do that, but I don't know that making 2 jobs that aren't really jobs, that aren't gonna make anybody
Could we
anything.
take some of the other jobs and put it over to the other one? And
I don't know. I don't know enough about the numbers and the geography. I'm just concerned to make these 2 separate facilities like this, that we're gonna have 2 failing opportunities. I know there was some talk about putting the 2 micro markets together, and to me, that makes some sense because of the ability to, buy product and all of that, but I understand there's a lot of other stuff that you don't know what to do with.
Yeah.
I get that. So I'm not sure what to do with this, but I as presented, those 2 facilities that were presented, they do not seem sustainable to me as they are.
Mr. Chair,
Mark?
the thing is about putting the 2 micro markets together is somebody's gonna cherry pick. They're gonna take the micro markets and they're gonna throw all that other stuff out there.
Well, those will be side attachments.
Yeah, but, I mean, here we go again, back to a bunch of
Well,
spots that nobody.
I mean, Annette made a good point. When you run a route, there's a lot of expenses and it's a lot of work. And then you come home with body aching and a little bit of money.
3 or 4 miles apart a route, I mean.
Anytime you get to jump out that truck, to me, is a route.
Yeah, but what days are the one-stop shops, they're pretty much done. So,
yeah, and the other problem is we need more people with micro market experience. And we have a lot of young people coming into the program that would like to see some kind of work. And if I were them, I would take anything. I started with nothing.
Well, that's not necessarily the right way to look at it.
Mr. Chair, and the sentiment is wonderful, but we still have a lot of people saying no to lots of things. And I honestly believe that the direction we need to be taking is building up bigger and stronger facilities. And that's right. $169,000 in sales 10 years ago was a monster facility. Now it's not. That barely hits the threshold of capacity. It seems to me that the 2 micro markets together and a good portion of all of this other business that's in close enough proximity would push us up closer to a $200,000 facility. And then whatever's left over can be put out as site attachments to help bolster existing facilities. All of this mess right now is unfortunately the fallout from COVID. These are operations that previously were much better than they are now. And they're not, so that's why we're dealing with this. And we've already lost some jobs. We still may lose one or two more. But in trying to salvage that, we can't allow ourselves to fall into the trap of creating two jobs that are mediocre at best when we have the opportunity to create a new job that is much better and more sustainable and attractive to the new operators who currently are saying no to stuff because I don't think they're willing to work for nothing. They want to work for more.
There's got 3 trainees right now that would like smaller spots to start.
Mr. Chair?
I heard Sally.
Christie.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So, I know that there's been lengthy conversation with Julie and Mark and Sally, and they've researched this. And, looking, the one site, OSUI Ear Center, 1 mile, 1.5 miles away. The Ohio History, 2.5 miles away. Alan from OSU.
Yeah, so this is the miles between each stop.
Oh, my, and then, right, DPS is 4.35, OSU outpatient 7.56, 4.82, 5.52. So I think this is a route. I think that the proposal is to put it together, and I guess if someone does want to then peel off stuff, we can talk about it. And Derek, just so you know, 58 facilities last year did under 169,000 in sales.
Precisely.
Precisely. Yeah.
Glad you know the problem.
200,000 or more.
Mr. Chair, we need to start moving the median and average incomes up.
Yes.
That's not the bar any longer we need to be shooting for. We need to shoot above that. If we're gonna be,
But I think putting it out as a facility and instead of putting them out as site attachments, because again, then you're gonna get into a situation where people aren't gonna.
Mr. Chair, I'm suggesting the vast majority of all of these pieces of business that we're talking about be put into one facility. I'm only saying that anything that might be wildly outlying the reaches of a route could be attached to something else, possibly. Or you just put the whole thing together. I don't object to that either. Put it all together and let the few pieces fall out that might fall out. There may be. And that's another discussion we have to have at some point. Because of the site attachments and the growing number of site attachments over the years, we've always allowed people to, if something had been attached to a facility previously, you bid on it and you don't want it, you can drop it. And that's usually been because of, I'll use Annette's facility as an example. Her facility is over in Wapakoneta, but she has a site attachment that's in Columbus. So if a Dayton operator, when she leaves that facility, were to win, they wouldn't necessarily want to drive to Columbus for this building, actually right here, that her site attachment is in. So that's why we allow people to do that. But we have to probably decide at some point, if you'd agree to do a facility, unless there's some exigent circumstances, you're going to run that facility the way it's presented.
Mr. Chair?
Can't do that.
Julie.
Repeating the same thing.
Again, I go with Christie. There's a lot of us who, my facility makes 105, and I'm doing very comfortable. I know what to do with my money, and I know how to spend it. And so the fact of everybody saying, we've got to make buku much money.
Hold on.
No, wait a minute. If we lost this program tomorrow, guys, where would you be working?
Julie, you're an established operator who owns your home outright, and you're comparing yourself to a brand new operator coming into the program with not enough money to put in a coin mix.
Mr. Chair, there's no doubt that there's a place for lower earning facilities, but if right now what we're trying to do is move forward, we need to make our program as attractive as possible to get good quality blind people into our program to train and run some really good facilities. I mean, that's our vision statement after all, to be the premier career opportunity. Granted, it's important to have some lower performing, less effort facilities for people that want that in their dotage. I'll put myself in there. I worked 30 years very hard at some big facilities, 24-hour, 7-day-a-week facilities. I've done all of that, and now I'm very content working 2 days a week, making a reasonable living. But to be attractive in the career opportunity, the premier career opportunity, we've got to make ourselves more attractive. And this is one way to do it. And there's still plenty of those, there's still plenty of the $100,000 a year jobs out there for that purpose. Let's start getting the better ones in here as well.
Mr. Chair, and on top of that, it's the type of facility too. A rest area that you only need a driver 2 days a week to pay for. Yeah, you still need the vehicle, you still need on-site storage on most of them, but that's different than a route that someone would probably have to pay somebody 5 days a week to run. This is a convoluted route. It's a lot of stops, a lot of in and out. It includes at least one micro market if we split them up, which would have the fees that go along with the micro market, which are expensive from what I understand. I do not think it's sustainable as a vending route under those numbers we've been given. And I would hate to put someone who comes into the program who's excited for a new opportunity. We've seen it too many times in years past, where we think this is a great facility for a beginner. They're not. When they're too much work, too many expenses, and they end up failing because they have to pull out money to pay their bills and things like that. We've got to have them at least have a sustainable income facility. And these two separate like this isn't that. So I applaud Mark and Julie for trying to come up with 2 jobs. I honestly do, because we need jobs. And I wholeheartedly agree with that. Sadly enough, these just aren't, as they're presented to us, they're just not.
Again, you've got 3 new ones coming in that wouldn't mind smaller operations. How fair is that?
Let's get them better jobs. They probably like to have bigger ones more.
No, they actually want to start small.
Well, have any of them call me and I'll tell them what a $112,000 vending route will do for them.
Mr. Chairperson, I have one question. We have, before we talk about reconfiguring the SOC in any way, what I haven't heard from Sally or anybody else, Amy perhaps, is what was the annual sales number for the SOC under the operation of Debbie Garrett in the last fiscal year, so we know what that particular book of business represented as a starting point. And then we talk about what might be done to sustain that book of business before it's posted. Because right now you're talking, I'm not hearing any real substantive sales and income numbers for the SOC facility. We know that the taxation facility is really struggling, but the SOC sounds to me like it could be posted as is.
Mr. Chair, with all of the OVRC reports, I did send each of these locations with monthly sales.
That didn't come to me.
Right, so just for the SOC with the 3 OSU locations, it's $7,400 a month.
Okay.
So, and income to operator for the annualized income to operator, because that's a relative.
That's the gross sales.
Because that has outstanding on-site storage. So the question, so there's no need for storage expenses.
Correct.
And no utilities. So what did that net to operator?
I don't have that information in front of me. I can definitely look it up.
Mr. Chair, so is this committee saying that we're moving forward, we're gonna be promising every new operator coming to the building, coming into the program, they're gonna make upwards of $169,000 when I just heard Chrissy say 58 facilities
Don't make that.
made
Don't make that.
a lot less than that last year, and we're all still here. So if we're gonna build upon, and we all want to make, we all want to make more money. But we also have to get into the future and get into other things other than what this program is doing, like
Yeah.
the private sector and other things, but.
I don't wanna
are
get
we-
too
we're
far
telling-
off of the
but are we
current.
telling every new person that's coming into this program, hold off, wait till you get, a facility comes available that you're making $169,000 in sales a year? Is that what we're doing?
I don't know yet. We have to vote.
Yeah, okay, Larry.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure.
That's some crazy mess. We all wanna make more money.
Is there, do we need to, I don't even know where this is at.
Yeah.
Do-
Mr. Chair, I move that the Columbus, all of that stuff?
Okay.
All of the combined sites in Columbus, all the sites that we've been talking, I don't know if there's any in Columbus that's not in this list, so I'm struggling on my wording here. The presented sites in Columbus be combined and put out for bid.
Wow.
Yes.
Was that Dave Paget?
We know that things are going, and Mr. Chair, that we know things are probably gonna get dropped off of there, and then we'll,
think it'll turn
and
into,
we'll deal with those. and
Sounds
write
like a
down
religious
things right up, so.
And I just want to clarify, you're proposing that taxation and all the sites are combined with the SOC, is that right?
Yes.
Okay, just making sure I understand.
Dan. Sally, could you, I know that the SOC was 169 a year, but the other combined was that 9,000 a month?
About what we, yeah,
8,500.
about 85-ish.
Yeah, SOC was like 85,000 for 2023. But for the new proposed,
It was 169 for the year.
it would be like 169. And that's based off previous years.
I'm trying to figure out what the other combined stuff was. 'Cause
Well, if it's 85,000, that would be.
85 plus-
8,500, 10 months would be 85,000, and you'd have 17.
17, yeah,
So,
100.
92.
Yeah, a little over 100,000.
Yeah, 102, sorry.
It'd be about 260-some thousand if they took every single thing. About 270,000, which would be a lot.
I'm just trying to think what the cantaloupe seed expense is gonna be for the month with that many kilometers.
Markets.
A lot more sustainable for an operator with those sales than half of them for.
Have to be an experienced operator, very experienced operator, to take care of them.
Yeah.
But they'll kick off most of them.
They'll kick off some of it.
They kick off most of them.
It'd be advanced for who else would?
So we still have a mess.
Mr. Chair, everybody's presuming that this facility is being created for a newbie. It's not. It's being created for everybody that has the desire and
True.
willingness to put the effort into running. And I assume that's going to be a veteran operator, which either will put a veteran operator who's not working to work, or will open up another facility for
Sure.
one of the newbies to take over. And I agree with the sentiment. This isn't an issue of we shouldn't create great facilities. This is an issue of we need to create more facilities. So we need to, once we get through this stuff, which is necessary because of the fallout of all the things that are going on, like the remodeling of the highways, which is just a big problem, and all of the fallout from COVID and everything. And then once we get through all of this, then our focus needs to absolutely be on creating new facilities. And there's lots of stuff out on the board right now. We're talking about NASA. We're talking, all the other stuff that has been mentioned and motioned on before. We need to get busy on that stuff. I heard yesterday from somebody that there's an operator, I think in Cleveland, that's interested in pursuing Sherwin-Williams Hey, yeah, great idea, and when you get it, go for it.
Is there any more discussion?
But anyway, regardless,
We need to vote.
start moving forward with creating more facilities. I mentioned that, and Marie said.
The whole room is, hey, everybody, hey, we got a motion, and I believe there's no more discussion on it.
Mr. Chair.
Seth?
I'm looking in the rules. I may be wrong, somebody could correct me if I am, but isn't it the local committee's decision whether or not something's decided for a facility? And the OVRC is only supposed to participate to put it out to post something. We're not here to decide what is a facility in a local area. We're only here to decide whether or not it gets posted.
So, Mr. Chair, this is Christie. So that's how it was in the past, and in the old rules, it was that way.
So it's changed?
It has.
Okay.
It's whenever a facility or site becomes available or is proposed to become available, BE shall first determine whether a TBOA is required. If continued operations are not required, BE shall determine with active participation from OVRC whether the facility or site should be attached to another facility, split into separate sites, reconfigured, abandoned, posted, or placed under a TBOA.
Okay. I knew I had read that, but if it's changed, disregard my statement.
All right.
Are you taking votes? Is there a motion?
Yep.
There is.
Frank?
Yes.
Annette?
Yes.
Dave?
Yes.
Derek?
Yes.
Mark?
No.
I guess I'm yes. Keith?
No.
Okay.
No.
Mr. Chair, the next two are facilities 439 and 440, which are I-70 eastbound and westbound Madison. We're currently temping those. They're set to close October 11th for the remodels. So I guess, do we want to just continue to temp those?
Mr. Chair, is there somebody out there who's closed or going to be closed who could use that income?
3 months?
Or
Yeah.
someone who's not working at all?
3 months.
3 months during the summers could be a lot of money for two canales.
Mr. Chair, I don't know if this is a silly question, but after combining all of those, these two, I'm assuming these are rest areas, but
Yes.
8,600 a month and 7,500 a month, shouldn't these have already been combined at some point?
Mr. Chair, that, they couldn't have been because they were both assigned until recently, so, you know, it's, unfortunately, we're not able to combine facilities that are under assignment. But yes, now these both do not have assigned operators, but they're scheduled to be closed in October. And then after they come back online, because of the reconfiguration of them, those sales are likely to go up based on our past experience with these remodels where the machines get moved from an outline building into the main building. Sales, the few times that we've seen this recently, expand by as much as 50% or more, which is a good thing. So at that time, after their reconstruction, we would have the ability to tempt them and see where we stand. And either they would be two facilities or it could be combined into one if there wasn't the sales to support it. So yes, that is something we need to look at moving forward with these two in particular.
And Mr. Chair, also attached to those two previously, or attached to 440, which is westbound, was also the US 33 eastbound westbound Logan, and that's averaging, and this is off-season, so not the summer season, but those were averaging about 3,000 a month. Does that sound about right?
Yeah, that's right, probably throughout the year.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, I move that the two facilities on I-70 continue to be temped until such time as they're closed down, and then we revisit it once they reopen.
Second that.
Frank?
Yes.
Annette?
Yes.
Dave?
Yes.
Derek?
Yes.
Mark?
We got ahead of you. Mark told you to.
Yes, Keith?
And just while we're on that same little piece, do we want to continue to tempt the US 33 eastbound, westbound?
Oh, yeah, it was attached, or,
That was part of the original motion, wasn't it?
It was not part of the
Oh, it was.
original motion.
It's part of 440.
Part of 440.
oh, yeah, it was part of it, I guess.
It was, and now
But
it's
it's separate.
broken off because it was
Should, does
geographically more.
anybody want a motion to put that out as a side attachment?
Mr. Chair, Sally, what was it again? 33, did you say?
33 eastbound, westbound Logan County.
Logan
and
County.
It's averaging about 3,000 a month.
Secondary?
Yes.
Mr. Chair, that's both sides, and the 3,000 a month is summer numbers.
I had that January through April just because it wasn't broken off previously.
Oh, okay.
When you, just give me a deal, not the.
Mr. Chairman, I would make a motion that the two locations on 33 be put out as side attachments.
I'll second.
I suppose the question becomes put out together or separate. Previously, they were put out separately. I would recommend together. I suppose my motion indicated together. I'll just leave it at that.
Frank?
Yes.
Annette?
Abstain.
Dave?
Yes.
Derek?
Yes.
Mark?
Yes.
Yes, Keith?
Yes.
Okay, so posting as a site attachment.
Yep.
Okay. Connie Standing Clear recently took another rest area, so hers is facility 445 on I-75 northbound, southbound Hancock County. Average sales are $12,570 a month. Do we want to post that or reconfigure with something else?
Mr. Chair, I would like to, we have the Owens Finley campus that is very close geographically to that location. I'd like to propose that we put it out for bid, add the Owens Finley campus to those just areas and put it out for bid. And I'll make a motion to that.
Facility 445.
Yeah.
Second.
Oh, is there, it's in Finley, right?
Yes.
Finley. I don't know
Motion
if
1 hour and 32
What highway
minutes.
is?
It's Hancock County, which is close to Finley on I-75. It's both sides of the road.
See, 1
but
hour,
it's very
32
close
minutes.
geographically to the Finley campus of Owens Community
I can't
College,
help
which
keep-
is currently being temped. It honestly should belong with this facility because there's nothing else geographically really close to it. I'd like to put it with that.
Sounds
Isn't that
good.
close to Toledo?
It's close to Toledo. Well, it's probably about 45 minutes, yeah, outside of Toledo.
How far from Dayton, is that what you're asking? How far is it from Dayton?
From Dayton,
Couple hours.
it'd be a good
2 hours, 2.5 hours?
45, probably not that far, but probably a good hour and a half. I
Yeah,
would
hour and a
bet,
half.
From Dayton.
Call
You
for
need that.
question.
I need it back.
Who's got a question?
Well, I moved it. and
She moved it, I seconded it, and I'm calling for the question.
Mr. Chair,
Seth?
do we have the numbers on the Owens College?
Mr. Chair, I do not have them separately. Dwayne, could you give an approximate?
The Owens Finley campus is probably doing, I'm gonna say about $500 a month during the school year.
Wow.
That's for.
Snacks only?
That's two pop machines and two snack machines.
One, two.
It's a teeny little location.
Oh, I thought it was the main campus. My
No,
bad.
the main campus is in Perrysburg.
All right. All right, we need a vote. Frank?
Yes.
Annette?
Yes.
Derek?
Yes.
Dave?
Yes.
Mark?
Yes.
Yes. Keith?
Yes, I guess. I don't know much about it.
Passed unanimously.
Okay, Mr. Chair, the next one, unfortunately, John Stutzer passed away. His facility is 450 on I-75 southbound Wood County. Average sales were $87.50 a month.
Mr. Chair, is it scheduled to be closed?
It is not.
It is not. Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion to put facility 450 out for bid.
I'll second.
All right, Frank?
Yes.
Annette?
Yes.
Dave? Derek?
Yes.
Mark? Yes. Keith?
Where's that at?
It's
Wood
Toledo.
County, Bowling Green, Ohio. Close to Bowling Green, Ohio.
Yes.
Mr. Chair, the next location is Owens Community College, the main campus. So without the Findlay campus, probably about $7,500 a month. Does that sound about right, Dwayne?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, and that's just strictly snacks.
Snacks,
Is that just when school's in, or is that average?
average.
Mr. Chair, it's time to revisit the deal at Owens College. We need to have those beverages. There's no reason for us not to have those beverages. We need to take those over.
Yep. Okay.
Absolutely. And so if you want a motion for us to continue temping that until we get a disposition on the beverages, fine. Otherwise, we can just leave it as is, and I'll make a motion to encourage the crew to go after the beverages, the preferences.
Okay.
That's a motion, I'll second it. It needs done, yes.
Frank? You ready to vote, or any discussion?
So my motion then, I
Oh.
guess, is to.
I thought you did it.
Well, yeah, I mean, I was kind of asking which way I needed to go with it. So I guess the motion is that we continue to tempt that, and in the meantime, the Bureau will go after the beverages.
This would be Owens Community College?
Yes.
I think it was Derek and Annette.
Yeah.
Mr. Chair, I just wanted to ask one question, either from Sally or Dwayne. Is that, I think it's Pepsi, is it Pepsi or Coca-Cola up there?
Coca-Cola's up there on the campus for the most part, but there is some presence of Pepsi up there as well.
We don't have
Mr. Chair, Dwayne, is there open food? I know that that was originally tied, but is it open, is it shut down, is it run by third parties, is it run by themselves?
So ABI runs the building up there, and I believe that they also run the fireside grill. And I guess their contention is they don't want to run that fireside grill without the pump because, you know, that kind of supplements what the grill does. But I guess on the flip side, I think, well, okay, it's not my problem that the grill doesn't make any money. And, you know, I could use, or the program could use the pop to supplement our snack sales as well. So, and, you know, with us having the right to be in there for the drinks, I think we really need to go after that.
Yeah, I agree, and we'll do that. I was just wondering if the fireside grill was still running.
It is still running, yes.
Mr. Chair,
Annette?
I was, the biggest argument always was, and we've been very patient, it's been many years ago now that they brought that to us and said we don't have another solution for food product on our campus. So that's why we've been kind of dragging our feet on this. But now with the innovation of, you know, Farmer's Fridge and Just Baked, and I'm not necessarily suggesting any of these, but there are other options that they can be given without that cafe there that we can present to them. So it's past time that we go after the beverages here.
All right.
Mr. Chair, just real quickly, I will remind everybody that the last time they sent out, they tied the grill to, they kind of said, you know, if we didn't run the grill, we couldn't have the beverage, which I hardly think that was an illegal move, but I'm not an attorney, but anyway, I don't think they're able to do that or should have been allowed to do that. So, yeah, I have a feeling we're in for a little bit of a battle, but I think it's a winnable battle.
All right, anything else? Can we vote? Frank?
Yes.
Annette?
Yes.
Dave?
Yes.
Derek?
Yes.
Mark?
Yes.
Yes. Keith?
Yes.
Yes.
And Mr. Chair, you don't necessarily have to do roll call votes on every one of these. You can do yea or nay votes for these particular things.
Okay.
If you choose to, I'm just saying.
All right, Mr. Chair, the next one is Facility 732. It's I-75 southbound in Miami County. It was Laura Kolb's facility. She accepted Twin Valley here in Columbus. It is set to close in October for the remodel and currently does an average of a little over $7,000 a month. My assumption is we would continue to temp it until it closes, but just.
Mr. Chair, we should continue to temp it, but I'm wondering if we shouldn't ask somebody, like I said before, who's closed or going to be closed or not working, if they would want that. I know Gary's right across the street, as an example.
His is closing as well.
His is closing as well, but the few months of income might be very helpful to him in the meantime. And I'm not saying necessarily Gary, I'm just using it as an example since he's right across the street. But he's going to be closing in October and being without work for, you know, probably who knows how long.
Did anybody talk to Gary?
Laura congratulations to her. She got a really good facility and everything. So I just would hope that we would consider if there's opportunity to help the people who are going to need the help the most, that we do that.
I think Derek's close too, isn't
Mr. Chair, Derek is close, but Derek wouldn't want to tempt that. There's other people that are, I'll be closing too next year, and there's other people, Frank would be as well, and Gary across the street is a great idea. And I don't necessarily object to, because it's only till October, the current operator continuing there, except that there are people that are going to be wanting some supplemental income, and giving it to them preemptively is not necessarily a bad thing. You asked Gary, I would be reluctant to say what he would do, but I suspect he would turn it down. And I think the same, we didn't talk about this with the two sites on 70. I would say the same thing, if there's people willing, although in that case, I think we asked 4 or 5 different people who said no before it ended up with Yvette. But if there are other people who would be willing to do that, as well as this current one we're talking about, I think it would be beneficial to help those. And I'm like I say, I'm not interested in any of this, so I'm not making that case. I'm curious to know why Yvette might be laughing.
Well, because I said they didn't ask me, I'll drive right by it. When you said they asked 4 or 5 people who turned it
Well, you're
down.
not closed, though.
No, they did, before those 2 locations went to Yvette, they asked Lisa Litzinger and I don't know who else.
No, I was
And they
not
all
asked.
said, no, thank you.
Derek,
That's how they-
I was just a joke with
Yvette and I are good, we're good.
No, we're good. No, he was
Julie, you were
just,
not asked?
No, I was not.
I was told
Really?
you were. That's
No,
wrong.
I
then.
was not
Okay,
asked.
that's wrong. Well, would you be interested?
No.
Okay.
Well, there you go.
Yes, now, no, I got a very sick daughter, so,
Well,
no.
I'm sorry.
Mr. Chair,
Seth?
just for my own knowledge, because I'm obviously new to this, I understand that they push back reopening rest stops a lot. Do they ever push back closing?
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
so there's a possibility this may go, they might not close in October.
Yep, these already
These
were
are already
pushed back.
pushed up to
Okay.
June, yeah.
A very, very big possibility.
It's on the ODOT
Almost guaranteed.
time schedule.
Mr. Chair, so, that you said, Derek, you think Gary wouldn't be interested?
I think Gary would be.
I
The
just
one
seen him
across the-
check, so.
Because he's right across the street. I think he would be. I can't say for sure. And I don't know who else might be interested in the ones on 70. I mean, I don't know. I don't know, I mean, Frank's gonna be closed down next year, and Odette's gonna be closed down next year. I don't know, but she's already tempted something.
Yeah,
I don't know, I
I'm
mean,
with
but it's worth investigating, asking the people that will be, and even beyond that, it's worth investigating people who aren't working currently. Because from now until October on a highway, it can be good money.
Mr. Chair, isn't there a temp list? Doesn't the Bureau have a temp list?
Mr. Chair, yes, we do have that list. People have been very specific about what they are willing to temp and where. It's probably about time that we send that back out again for revision, because I think we decided we would send that out once a year.
Oh, yeah, that's probably good.
So I think like September, maybe is when we had done it last.
And
but
maybe
I'll double check.
on that list, we keep in mind who's going to be out of work from
Mhm.
closures and things like that, and those people could be asked first for.
Yeah, and I'll send it to all of you,
Um,
so that we can all.
Can we get a motion?
I'm sorry, did we make a motion yet on that?
No.
No.
Oh,
So this is for I-75 southbound Miami to renew the temp, I think is what we are looking for.
yeah, to temp it.
Mr. Chair, I just talked to Gary Black. He said he will be interested in temping for the next 3 months.
Mr. Chair, I make a motion that facility 732 continue to be temped, and that a decision be made as to who's best to perform that temporary operation.
I second.
Okay, Frank,
Yes.
Annette,
Yes.
Derek, Dave, Mark. Let's switch it up. Yes, and Keith.
Yes.
Okay. The next one is facility 770, which is KSU Salem. And it's a teeny one. Let's see. Is that you, Larry?
No, that
Johnny
might be
Mac.
John, yeah.
Johnny Mac is temping that. It currently does about $615 a month.
Which one was that?
KSU Salem.
Okay, yeah.
Mr. Chair.
7 machines and they have their own coffee shop.
7 machines
Mm-hmm.
for $650 a month?
Mm-hmm.
Out in the middle of
Could-
nowhere?
Is there
615,
any reason
not
that that can't be
650.
2 machines? A pop and a snack doing 600?
Different buildings.
Oh, those are separate, oh gosh.
Yeah, they're different buildings on the.
There is a little bank of machines, like 4 of them.
Mr. Chair,
Kelsey.
this is Kelsey. With the KSU sites, they are talking about closing down the cafeterias and the cafes that they have in their satellite locations. So that's what we were discussing on waiting that out to see how that works. Because it was a good site before the satellite, before the cafes.
Mr. Chair.
John.
I did originally have the Kent State Salem before they had the cafeteria, and it did $2,000-3,000 a month. With the cafeteria there, it's a little coffee shop, it does $600 a month. If they did close the coffee shop down, it probably would go back up to $2,000-3,000 a month.
Sounds a little better.
Mr. Chair, this may be a dumb question, maybe I just don't know, but why do they have a coffee shop and it's not ours?
I mean, if it, yeah, the vending's barely making it. Why would we want the food?
Well, they opened the shops that killed our vending business.
Yeah,
Mr. Chair, I believe we passed on that.
I'm sure we did.
We didn't want no part of it.
And Mr. Chair, and I don't know this, but my guess is, and it's only an educated guess, my guess is the coffee shop or whatever it is probably being subsidized by the school some way, somehow. Don't know that for sure, just a guess.
Yeah.
Yeah, they run their own food service.
And it's also being closed, which means it's not worth keeping open. They wouldn't close it if it was worth keeping open.
we want to continue to tempt that and see what happens?
Yeah, I say we keep.
Yep. This is taking forever.
The next one is Facility 840 OSU Mansfield. That is also being temped by Mr. McNamara for about $2,300 a month.
Date of recording, 18 March
Mr. Chair, I would like to keep having that one temp for a little while longer, because I have a suspicion there could be some movement in the Mansfield area. There could be a possibility of that. And I'd like to have the opportunity to look at that later.
I see where you're going with that.
There could be, I'm not saying there will be, but there could be. So I'd like to see it continue to temp at least for a little longer and see how things shake out with all of it.
Without objection?
All right, we'll continue to tempt that one. Facility 841, which is OSU COTC Newark. It also includes what used to be
And Mr. Chair, just,
Williamson's rest area.
excuse me, Mr. Chair, just for the record, what is COTC? What does that stand for?
Ohio Technical College.
Thank you, Nick, because I was
Okay.
struggling.
I was wondering what that was, thank you.
Now, the other piece of this, so the facility as a whole with the rest area is doing about between $12,000 and $12,500 a month. But there are some locations that are really far away. So thank you, Mark, for continuing to drive to those faraway locations. Coshocton, Pataskala, Mount Vernon, Newark, and Cambridge. So it's all spread out on that eastern side of the state.
Mr. Chair?
What a ways.
I'm wondering, because Mark actually is in the same boat as all the other people we've talked about having temp things, where his main facility is closed, so I have no problem continuing to temp this.
If you're willing to.
If he's willing to. He has to drive like 500 miles to do it, but
Without objection?
Right, renew temp. I drove that once and good Lord. Okay, the next one is Facility 1002, which is the Akron downtown and OSU Worcester. This is like 13, I think, different sites. And what we would like to do with that is combine it with KSU Stark, and then we are working on getting Stark State. So we'd like to make that one good facility. Standalone without KSU Stark and Stark State, it's between $9,000 and $9,500 a month. KSU Stark is doing about $3,250 a month, and Stark State would be brand new to us.
Are you including Orville in there? If you're gonna include Worcester, you need to include Orville.
That's Wayne County. Yes, it's in there.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, when will the new facility come online?
I think there's some talk with legal. I think Sally knows a little more.
Mr. Chair, so we actually have gotten Director Miller involved for Stark State. He personally knows the president there, so we have him reaching out, and also our legal team has been involved as well. So hopefully soon, but I don't really have a date just yet.
Mr. Chair, I suggest we keep temping it then until we have it sounds like we can probably put it together a pretty good facility up there, and there's no point to do anything that could harm that at this point. Keep temping it until we're ready.
I do know.
Without objection?
I was gonna say, are you objecting? All right.
Okay. And so everyone's okay then if we continue to temp KSU Stark as well? Make that part
Yeah.
okay. Okay, we're almost there, guys.
Green County ODOT.
Yes. Keith Trammell has been temping the Greene County ODOT garage, making about $300 a month. Does that sound about right? And that's in Xenia, Ohio. post that as a site or?
Mr. Chair, I make a motion that we abandon what's it?
Keith said he'll do it.
Green County ODOT garage, yeah. I make a motion that we abandon the Green County ODOT garage.
Said you'll run
Yeah, but she, I just got a text, Sheila wants it.
it. Sheila wants that?
Is that somebody new?
There's two people that want it.
Yeah, Mr. Chair.
How many machines?
Well, I mean, she can have it.
That's two machines.
Two
Two
machines.
machines. Yeah, she can have it. That's fine.
So put it out as a site attachment.
Yeah.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, why would we abandon something when operators?
I mean, sometimes.
There's no good reasoning behind it.
Mr. Chair,
Oh, yeah, that's very good reason.
Mr. Chair.
Responsible use of program funds.
Yeah,
Who is
here's
it-
the reason.
Who is it that's interested? Where's
Sheila, a new operator, and Keith said he'd continue running it as well.
Well, wait a minute, if Keith's currently running it as part of his facility, why is he even on this list?
He's temping
It's
it.
a tap.
Oh, it is a temp.
Yeah.
Why the hell did we temp that instead of making a site attachment?
Good question. I brought it up every
I
6
would-
months.
Since nobody seconded it, I withdraw my motion.
Yeah.
So if Keith
Okay.
is temping it and would like to continue running,
No, she can do it. I
Well-
don't mind helping new people.
Well, you gotta go out.
Wait,
I'm
Get
sorry.
out.
who else? I mean, you're suggesting that it become a facility?
No, a site attachment.
Site
It's a
attachment.
site
The new operator has a facility to attach it to?
Yes.
Yeah.
Sheila Maurer has the base, and she wants to bid for the site attachment for that green ODOT garage.
Mr. Chair, I think what we should do is put it out as a site attachment.
Yeah, I think we need a motion.
Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely.
Mr. Chair, I move that we put that Green County ODOT garage out as a site attachment.
Second.
All right, let's just vote. Frank?
Yes.
Annette?
Yes.
Dave? Derek?
Yes.
Mark?
Yep.
Me? Yes.
Yes.
Okay. And then, Mr. Chair, the only 3 sites left are the Woodlawn Armory, the Delaware Armory, and the OSU Center for Automotive Research, all of which have been open less than 2 months. Are we okay to extend those temp agreements?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. And that's all of them, thank goodness.
Oh,
That was
Okay.
painful.
yeah, it was very painful. Are we done now?
Yes, we're done.
That was involved.
With that part.
That was involved.
Oh,
And that should have been the easiest part.
yeah.
Oh, shit. I forgot what the hell's
We
going
got more
on.
to do.
It's going to be a huge one.
I don't know what's next.
Yes.
Mr. Chair, the Ohio Business Gateway two-step verification's next.
Okay.
So, Mr. Chair, actually, Amy was gonna take this, but she has an 11 o'clock meeting, so let's hope that I don't fumble this. So, Ohio Business Gateway, to get onto it, you have to do multi-faceted way to log on.
Two-factor authentication.
Two-factor, and a lot of places are doing this right now. So you need to have like an email or a cell phone where they send you a code. So they were gonna start this August 1st for anyone getting into it, anyone at all. It's already been postponed now until November. I think that the biggest customer OBG has is taxation, and they were having issues. And we've been making sure, is it accessible? And they say yes. So what we're saying is that we still wanted to mention it. We're gonna get out more communication. I think we've already gotten it out once, did we?
Yeah.
And then we're gonna continue to get it out. My recommendation is you don't wait until November to do this, to set it up. So if there are issues, but we wanted to mention that it was gonna be August, now it's gonna be November. She also told me that she's gonna, the penalty for actual inventory not being turned off, remember, you have to do actual inventory, but there's nothing in the rules that attach a penalty to it, so we're gonna take that off, and we've been waiving any penalties if someone doesn't check that box. That is going to be turned off, but it's going to be turned off in October, when we're changing the system for the IVR. So, she wanted me to mention that as well. So is there any questions about OVG and the Gateway two-step verification?
Mr. Chair, just a quick comment on the two-factor verification on the OVG. I have an accountant that does my payroll, and on my behalf, they will log into the gateway to do whatever they got to do for that payroll. So when that goes to a two-factor verification, if anybody has an accountant that needs to be on their behalf, you may want to check with them and see how that process is going to work.
Generally, you've got to be within, where they can call you to get the code, because it's coming to your phone.
So is it okay to start trying to practice on it now?
Yes, you can try to sign up for that right now. But again, the two-step, to get into it, how you get into it now, you'll need another option where they send either email or cell phone a code.
Okay. Yeah, I'd rather start now too. That's why prevents issues.
I would just recommend everybody start their paperwork early that month, and then, because there's gonna be some issues maybe.
Okay, training work group is next, Larry.
Yep, oh, I got that, yeah.
And Lindsay was here earlier, but she had to leave, so I'm gonna give you what I have updated and ask Annette for any additional things. There is an MOR training August 8th from 10 to 3. It will be recorded. Then there is a train the trainer that will be here July 30th from 10 to 3. The other thing that I know that the work group has worked on is the BE rules. Remember, that's not part of the Lighthouse because it's Ohio rules. The work group has created a test for that. No one's taken it yet. If you want, I can ask Lindsay to share that with everyone. And that's the updates I have right now. I know she sent out her report. We've got quite a few people in training right now.
Mr. Chair, before we get too deep into the training work group, somebody just asked me if there weren't 2 more facilities at the end of our list that didn't get addressed. That's the OSU Center. Oh, we did. Are those one? Kenny Road?
That's part of that big round.
Those- Surface Road. So those all went into the big round?
Yeah.
Okay, there you go.
And I also had someone, IME too, and I don't know enough about the OBG, but they said accountants might be able, they should log in and have their own logins.
Yes.
And be shown as approved user with access
Yes,
to the
that's not
operator's account.
Yeah.
And that's probably the proper way to do that.
Yes.
Mr. Chair, I don't have much to add as far as the training goes. We've talked a lot about, a lot of things. We are meeting every other week. We've really tried to put together a more standardized training program for people coming in. That's why we're gonna do the train the trainer thing. We've looked at the homework assignments that the trainees are doing, trying to make that a little more modern, and updating it some, and having it kind of coincide with the train the trainer, so that what people are being taught is what they need to learn. Just we've talked some about upward mobility, what will constitute that. We don't have anything to present on that at this point. But we've been very busy, our training group has. And I think these 2 training opportunities that's coming up are, especially the train the trainer, I think that one's gonna be really good. The Bureau asked us to do one on Mars, and so we'll do that one too.
Mr. Chair, on that point, what Annette just said is great. It's really great. And I want to first apologize to everybody in here who I might have offended along my journey of being on the OVRC with you guys. My wife been working with me about changing my presentation with my words. She said I come off a little gruff. Because I ask her occasionally, they don't even answer me when I say things. And she said, maybe because you making statements and not asking questions. So one of the questions is, for me, is the work group, how do a person get on the work group? How do a person learn things on the OVRC? And is there a time frame so that other people, like the new people coming in, but we're not teaching them anything? And that's what got me involved, is because other people took my hand and they taught me bits and pieces about OVRC, and I finally got here. So, can y'all help me with that?
Most of the work groups start out at the beginning of the, next month, right? They'll be assigning work groups.
Mr. Chair, the chairperson will assign work groups at the July meeting. He or she would assign a chairperson, and that chairperson then gets to, pick who gets to be on the work group with them. But volunteer, that say if there's a work group you're interested in, volunteer to chair it, volunteer to serve on it, and see if someone else is chairing it, if they think you're a good fit for it, that would be great. Just let people know that you're interested in it. Speak up when we're doing whoever's assigning the chairperson in the next meeting. Speak up and say, hey, that's something that interests me. I'd be willing to serve as chair. And if you don't feel comfortable serving as chair, tell whoever it is that, hey, I'd really like to learn this and maybe serve as chair next time. Can I kind of work with you? And honestly, we've never really done this, but we could do co-chairs. There's nothing that says we can't do co-chairs. I don't believe. Derek will tell me if I'm wrong. So that would be something that you could work with too. And as far as learning, we used to do years ago, some of us who are old know that the committee used to do something called a retreat. And we did this every year, and it was kind of a meeting where we could all get together and talk about some of our priorities for the upcoming year, things we wanted to do. And it was also a training session, like you spoke of, for new committee people to kind of get an idea of what would be expected of them and how to do things and stuff like that. Unfortunately, we lost the ability to do that because now we're open and we're not allowed to meet as a retreat like that. I guess we could do a meeting, but obviously it'd have to be a public meeting. But that was a good tool we used to be able to have for folks that we just don't have anymore.
Mr. Chair, maybe the training work group could just work on some type of basic OVRC training, include that in
Good
training.
idea.
Mr. Chair.
That'd be interesting.
As a training module.
Yeah,
Understanding the OVRC and understanding 3304.
I think that's a good idea, yeah.
Great idea.
Thank you.
Oh, Mr. Chair, so the training work group doesn't, they don't want operators to do operation manuals anymore?
Yeah.
Mr. Chair, could we get a little more information about what the trainer training actually looks like and what that comprises? Is it just the idea of we want to make sure that everybody who will end up doing on the job training will present the same topics and cover things the same way, or does it actually have to do with here's how we want trainers to train? Not what we want them to train, but how we want them to train.
Mr. Chair, it's more the first thing you said. There's a list of stuff that our group has come up with, not that that's exhaustive by no means, of the things that we thought was important that if a training comes into your facility, that they learn. The train-the-trainer thing will be kind of to go over this list. Probably we'll have a lot of kick around of some of our ideas and stuff, and see if there's other things that we've missed that's important. I don't know if there is a possible way to get us all to teach the same way, because we all do things so much different, and that's why it's beneficial to a trainee to go to more than one operator, because they can learn things from a different perspective and learn how to do things different, but at least they should be getting the same type of message. You know, this is how I order, you know, or this is how I do my inventory, this is how I do my banking. Not necessarily that those are done the exact same way, but that you cover that how you do them.
Mr. Chair, I have a question, please.
Chris.
In as much as the responsibility to train new licensees is that of the state licensing agency, I want to ask the question, is it not sensible then that the training, on-site training, would reflect the outline of information presented in the training offered by the training manager and the agency? It seems to me that the responsibility of the operators is to reinforce that information, which is, and provide some kind of on-the-job opportunities to apply that information which was introduced in the training modules. And for example, Seth made a valid suggestion that a training module be added related to the operation of the OVRC, the operator's relationship with the OVRC and the ORC, the Ohio Revised Code. You know, that be part, so, but it seems to me, I'm wondering if we're getting the cart before the horse and training a trainer before, you know, we talk about the structure of the training program, because a lot of people have complained that the training program itself is where we need to start with making improvements. And I'm just wondering, what is the relationship of the training work group in terms of developing the outline of coursework for the training modules?
Mr. Chair, other than a couple of modules, the rules one, which we are talking about some, the MOR, and what Seth suggested here with the OVRC possibly, all the other modules are already done. They're preset. We have no control over their material, because we are working with Lighthouse, which is a national training program. And yeah, so some of the stuff we're gonna talk about, we know what they're teaching. Some, I haven't seen it, but we know what the syllabus says, and what folks are learning with that. And yes, we are looking to reinforce.
Is there anything in there about machine mechanicals, like the how-to of taking out a DBA or a coin mechanism?
That I don't remember. I don't remember.
Changing out a delimiter? Why? Because that's the things that, when I talk to people who I've helped with a little mechanical, most of them tell me, I never got this in training. And so, you know, if that's not in the Lighthouse program, it ought to be.
Yeah. If it's there, I would actually, and I hear the Lighthouse is very good at the training it does, but for something like that is hands-on because it's online, I would say if it's there, it's probably lacking in practicality. It probably talks about maybe what a coin mech is and what a DBA is and this and that, but to hear a description online on how to replace one is not anywhere near the same as doing it, having someone show you.
Right, but I'm suggesting that the coursework introduce the topic so that then when the person gets in the field, that's part of the assigned responsibilities of the training manager.
Mr. Chair?
Christie?
Yeah, just so everyone knows, Lindsay's done a great job, and, you know, between statewide, and she's done a really good job. But one of the things that we talked about, and she signed up for the Lighthouse training. So she will be able to state, you know, what's in it, what's not. Again, it's proprietary. She can't copy it down, she can't, you know, take screenshots or anything like that. We're not allowed to do that. And it's not cheap either. But she will be able to
intelligently talk about what it includes and what it doesn't. And so, Chris, you bring up a valid point, and if it doesn't include that, that doesn't mean that we can't create a supplemental, document training to introduce those subjects, just like we're doing with the rules. And then I do think that it's more of a hands-on, and that that's part of the 80-hour in-stand training. But yes, they should know what a coin mech and a telemeter is prior to coming into that in-stand training. And I think that the training work group is working hard on being very inclusive on all of that stuff.
Mr. Chair.
Julie had something?
Mr. Chair, when I used to train, I would take my people to, and you can talk to Patty Hall and some of them, I used to take them to Schaefer's because I wouldn't have a lot of the machines that maybe I would want them to see. And Schaefer's would take them for about 3 or 4 hours to different machines. They would take notes, and Schaefer was very cooperative.
Who do we have over here? Is it Derek?
I definitely appreciate what Chris is suggesting. It goes back to my original question about on-the-job training is, to me, foundational to anybody's ability to learn how to do, to operate a good business. A curriculum, setting up a curriculum for the in-stand trainings is key, I think. And it being supported by the online training is certainly good, but it also needs to be on its own rigorous and applied equally from one trainer to the other. And that's why my question is about what does that look like? And have we spent a good amount of time establishing what should go on at an in-stand training? Because previously we've been given handouts that kind of say, here's some questions you want to focus on and all of that. But it never seemed rigorous enough to me to ensure that every operator, every trainee that went to an operator got the full meal deal, so to speak. And that's why that we have, like Chris has said, he's spoken with people, and I have too, and others. You get somebody and like, what do you mean you've never heard of that? What do you mean you don't know that? That's foundational to being able to operate a vending facility successfully. That's my question. I think Chris's question too is, do we have an established means of ensuring that that's what happens in on-the-job training moving forward?
Mr. Chair,
Annette?
that's what we are attempting to do. We have a list of topics that our small group has come up with, just through brainstorm of things that do need to be talked about and will be expected to be talked about from, a trainer to a trainee to be taught. Like I said, it may not be exhaustive because you guys might come up with other things that we missed. But it's definitely, that's what the goal is to do. That a trainer will have a list of topics that they are expected to teach the trainee when they come in to their facility. So that it's not this hit and miss, one trainer does this and one might talk about that and somebody else, just has them, putting stuff in vending machines for 2 weeks and not talking about other stuff. The expectation will be, here is the curriculum, these are the things you should be discussing while you have this training here.
Cool.
Mr. Chair, that's great. It sounds like perhaps the trainer training is going to be a work group of its own to create the curriculum. It almost sounds like you've got, like Chris said, a cart before the horse. I think we need to do that more vigorously to come up with what needs to be done. And not just for discussion between trainer and trainee, but actual hands-on.
Yes.
It does need to be hands-on. And as long as we're talking about what's important to training, as Julie kind of hinted at this, I think it would be a great idea to have a hands-on module that includes some time with Schaefer, with a bank of machines there, or wherever we come up with. I've heard thrown around the idea of having a training facility where we can do things like that as well.
Yes.
So, just another idea for that. On hands-on training is absolutely key to creating successful operators.
Mr. Chair.
Seth?
Just to piggyback on Annette, the train-the-trainer, from my understanding of being in the work group, is to get operators together that want to train with operators that already train, for us to hash out the ideas of what we need. So what Mr. Johnson's talking about, to get the idea to put together so we know what we want in our modules. And I just think, and that from this conversation, we should invite Schaefer to train the trainer. See what they're willing to do to help us.
Mr. Chairman,
Frank?
I have one other thing on training, and I don't know where this goes, but I know I've heard from people who, and I've heard varying amounts that people would like to see how much the operators who do training get paid. So I've heard pretty high, I've heard a pretty reasonable one, and some other stuff in between. With all of that said, I think I'm gonna at least put this out there and see where this goes. I'd like to move that we raise the rate of pay from $15 an hour to $30 an hour for the operators who do training.
We ready to do that?
Mr. Chair, for discussion, I will second that.
Mr. Chair, unless Frank wants to take his right to speak first on this motion. We did discuss this in a previous meeting, and I think we made a motion that meant the Bureau was going to go and talk to VR to see what amount they could possibly raise it to. Have those conversations been held yet, or still working on that?
Mr. Chair, we're still working on that. Again, I think what they're gonna come back and say, what's the curriculum? What's the, when they have CRPs do training, is it the simple report that we have now? Would that be satisfactory? But I can take it back and find that out. I know one of the things that Mott talked about, which I was a little confused about, was that, because it's my understanding that the group has decided that it would be 80 hours of in-stand training, not 120. So at $30, that would be $2,400. But let me, I will take that back to VR and find out if that's reasonable, if there's money in the budget for that. Again, there's a lot of stuff that goes into the VR case services. It's not an endless bucket, so I have to go back and talk to VR and talk to fiscal about it.
Yeah, and Mr. Chair, the reason why I say that, as I understand it, it's been at that rate, I think, since sometime in the 1970s, from what I understand. I wasn't in this program in the 1970s, so I can't speak to it, but there are a few people in my area that were, so they have been and still are. So anyway,
Mr. Chair, I agree that the amount should be raised, certainly. I agreed when we talked about it before, and I wouldn't want to limit the amount that it could be by saying, let's go for 30. I would rather stick with previously and hold the Bureau to account to make sure that they pursue this sooner than later. What is available, and perhaps it could be more than 30. If it turns into a negotiation, let's not start at 30, let's start at 60 and work back, or whatever, is my suggestion. But it certainly should be raised.
Mr. Chair?
Julie?
No.
Yeah, I know I need to be quiet, but anyway, I'm not going up. Here's the problem. And I think Christy said this once, if you get the pay too high, you're going to bring in more professionals, and you're not going to be able to do your own training. So you got to be kind of careful that you're not going to go so high that VR might decide, well, we'll bring in our own trainers because they got more experience in training.
Mr. Chair, Julie, good point. I'm not as worried about that, but you do bring up something else that I don't know with the law, and this is legal too, and I'm not putting Brian on the spot, but I don't know, like right now we're kind of under that whole provider and the fee schedule, but I don't know with the law, like if you can go outside the fee schedule, or we have to put something in law to allow us to do what we do, or that we should be part of the fee schedule now, which it entails so much more, and you have to be certified and this and that. So it can open up more issues, but I need to, by next meeting, I will come back with information from VR Fiscal, what we can and cannot do, what we could possibly raise it to. And I will tell them, though, that we, as a committee and the work group, is working on and it'll be written out, a curriculum on what Train the Trainer is. And again, I think, Annette, you said it, it's more about the topics that will definitely be covered, that everyone coming out of training will have, 40 topics that they know, not necessarily that it's being taught the exact same, way, but that the topics are covered, and that there's a report to justify the payment of, which there is now. I just don't know if it's strong enough, but I have to talk to VR, the provider people, and legal and fiscal.
Should we vote or withdraw, or?
I'm gonna, as long as Christie's committed to doing it and getting us the information, see, I can withdraw the motion.
Okay.
All right.
Mr. Chair, Mott in his public comment suggested adding time to the on-the-job training, and it sounds like the work group is not, in their current proposal, not offering us that hope. Is there anybody in the room who believes that 2 weeks of on-the-job training, 80 hours of on-the-job training is adequate to prepare a blind operator to assume the responsibilities of a business manager in this program?
Mr. Chair?
Was that, I'm not sure if that's 2 weeks with one operator or 2 weeks with multiple operators.
Well, 80 hours, one way or the other. That's the question, is does anybody believe that's adequate?
Mr. Chair, that would depend on the trainee, what they've done in past experience and things like that. But
Most of our people haven't done much.
The trainees I've had, it would have been adequate. I've had like Jim Lutz and
I just have to say that I was blessed with 6 weeks of on-the-job training. And it certainly was helpful to prepare me to function as an operator. And I think the vast majority, because I know how old some of you people are, of you people that went through training had something comparable to that amount of on-the-job training available to yourself.
Mr. Chair, that's why I suggested, I work with that, there'd be some type of classroom. And even if you brought shakers into the classroom, working with them on equipment or something, I don't know. But we totally cut that out as far as any suggestions.
Yeah, in this country, we gotta get back to a respect for education. I mean, if we don't educate people, how do we expect them to be properly prepared to assume the responsibilities? We've got 70% of the fifth graders in this country can't pass the math proficiency. And we's all part of that, the same educational system. So,
is there anything else going on with this training work group, or can we move on to the next topic? All right, the next agenda item is stock and inventory.
Are we skipping the 35% variance?
Did I? Oh my goodness, 35% variance.
Oh,
jeez.
wondering about
You could
that.
always leave that until after lunch.
Wow. Good catch, Christy.
Yeah, thanks, Kristen.
Yeah, Christy, thanks.
Peel the Band-Aid off.
You could do the quicker items first.
There hasn't been a quick item yet today, Dave, just FYI.
Secretary contract.
Okay, if you guys want to go on to the secretary
Sure.
contract, we can do that. So, normally, we talk about the secretary contract in July with the new chair, but Chris's contract ends June 30th. So if we're going to stick with Chris, which I think you guys want to do, we have to.
Thank you.
We have to figure that out now so we can get a contract so he can take the July minutes. Because if the contract isn't executed by July, he can't take those minutes and come, so.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion that we keep Chris. Can I do that?
Mr. Keith.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
That Keith, just amend your motion a little bit, that we renew his contract.
Thank you. That we renew his contract.
That renew my contract, that's Keith from Hal, okay.
Yes, sir.
I'll second.
And Dave.
All right, yay or nay? You want to do these?
Well,
Are we good?
quick
Discussion?
question, under the same terms as
Yes,
currently.
yes.
Oh, that's,
No modification, increase of.
Yeah,
Under
does
the
the
same
secretary
term.
need a raise?
Reimbursement or anything like that?
Same terms, yeah.
Same terms, okay. Yay.
Yep.
yay. Any nays? Yays have it.
All right. Now that's how you take the
I did that.
vote.
Any other quick agenda items?
Yeah.
I want to learn, you gotta teach.
I don't want to get into something that's going to go past lunch.
That's why I suggested waiting till later on that one.
Mr. Chair, we do have to, let's go back. I feel like we raced through this. So the current terms, it also included $300 for a phone system that Chris did that we didn't ever use. So I don't think we want that.
No.
But, and I know, Chris, you said that it costs a little bit more to travel up here. So if we are going to change the terms, we need to talk about that right now. And, you know, Chris, I need you to speak up too.
And that is, and actually that is my concern, because I'm going to need more, because the initial contract was mainly for us to be at the Rife Center downtown, and that was $300 for transportation. It was actually $350 for transportation. The central office campus view is actually a little more. It's more like $375.
Mr. Chair, I guess I didn't ask the question. I guess I didn't understand the terms of the contract. So there's not there's an entire fee that covers time spent and travel, or is his reimbursement the same as ours, actual and necessary expenses?
It's actual.
Regardless of what they are. I mean, is he getting a flat fee for travel expenses?
Mr. Chair, he's getting $250 for the meeting and the minutes and $350 for travel.
Okay.
It's built in there.
Well, I mean, if I were Chris, I would want actual and necessary expenses reimbursed, so that if they fluctuated during the time of the contract for any reason, he would be covered and not tied to a specific amount. And it seems to me that that would be more reasonable and efficacious for him, certainly.
Mr. Chair, I'm just gonna read the thing. Contractor may invoice OOD up to $350 for travel expenses per meeting. The cost includes a driver each way, parking and/or tolls. All travel expenses will require actual receipts submitted with the invoice to be reviewed and approved. If these documents are not received, the invoice will be considered improper and not processed. So it could fluctuate up to $350.
That's a good point, because I mean, he could be coming up here in an Escalade for all I know. Up to would be ridiculous.
I got one, we can do it.
A limo driver there.
Well, that would be nice, actually. But
Well, if you just gave him that.
Can we just increase it
Yeah, just increase it
to
to 400.
$375?
Because since it's an up to, he has to show receipts.
Yeah.
And we don't have to decide what's necessary.
Yeah. 'Cause it works as an up to.
Can we do that for ourselves as well, then?
We don't have an up to. I don't think we
Oh,
have
okay.
it.
Yeah, but we do, because it's necessary,
Yeah.
and OVM will determine what's necessary and what's not. I mean, if I flew up here in a helicopter and presented a receipt for that, I'm sure they would disallow that. I'm 100% certain they would disallow it.
Mr. Chair?
Because it's not necessary to fly.
it's not necessary to fly a helicopter.
Julie?
Chris, I have a guest room if you ever want to come the night before.
Oh, I wish.
Okay. Well, it's there for the offering.
Also, I appreciate it.
She may charge you up to $400.
No?
Oh, yeah.
Up to 400.
So, Mr. Chair, just to bring this around. So travel up to 400 and the meeting stays at 250 for a total of 650, but is that what the terms are gonna be?
It sounded like that.
Can I ask, Chris, how many hours does it take you to prepare the minutes after you leave this meeting?
Be honest with you, it's about 30 to 40 hours.
Okay, so we're giving the man $250 for about 40 hours of work. Does that sound adequate?
No.
Mr. Chair, I was about to ask the question, previously when Mott did this, what was his compensation for just the minutes? I thought his was 300.
Yeah, and Mott's minutes were a summary. It was more of a summary, and they were never over 10 pages.
But he was compensated $300 for just the minutes, right? And then also expenses?
I'm not sure, I'd have to go back
I think it
there,
was.
to be
So,
honest.
I mean, to Chris's point, I think we might want to revisit the 250 number for the actual work. Was that a proposed number, 352?
So you fill up $100, so 300 plus 400, so instead of.
Do we need to
250,
do another motion, or can we just iron this out?
Do we need to admin the motion? That's my question.
I don't know.
Mr. Chair, I don't have a motion. I do have a past invoice for mods, and each meeting is $200.
All right, are we gonna hire Mott back now? Is that what's going on?
No, Mr. Chair, I believe the 250 is inadequate for the task. And I appreciate the number of hours that Chris puts into it. I don't know that it's necessary. His minutes are quite lengthy. And that's not, and the level of detail that he gives us, I think, is appreciated by some, probably by few. And the requirement is much lower than what's on the requirement by law for what minutes are supposed to be. The threshold is much lower than what Chris provides. So if we're not able to give him more compensation, I wouldn't feel obligated, Chris, to provide 40 hours worth of effort into these things. And I don't know if anybody's talked about this yet. It's AI, chat, GPT 4.4 plus and all that has gotten quite sophisticated.
Almost 5.0.
You might want to utilize that to assist you. It certainly can't replace you, but it certainly could assist you in perhaps reducing the number of hours you have to spend.
And I've been
Probably
listening.
in 10 years it will replace you.
Well, probably in 10 years it will, actually.
So do we need to make a motion to raise the amounts?
So,
Just keep amend his motion.
that's what I'm going to say, Mr. Chair. Can we, yeah.
Did we come up with a dollar amount? Do you know the dollar amount? Okay.
I do.
All right.
I'd like to amend the, and I got people in my ear. I'd like to amend Chris's contract, the transcribing of the minutes to 350 and the transportation to 400. Is that up to 400? Yeah. Is that adequate?
Any second?
Yeah, well, if it's a, I don't know if it's an amendment, I don't know how this works, but, yeah, I'll second it, whether it's the original one or a new one.
We just amended.
I'm not gonna argue that.
Christy, you have a good note taker?
So, Julie, we do, but this is your meeting, so I don't really necessarily feel comfortable.
No, I think she was talking to, I think she was asking.
I was asking Chris because OVV can provide him with a note taker if we need to.
He's got several devices.
He has devices that he transcribes.
We have I actually have a recording device, and actually a separate recording device for the motion sheets.
Well, if you
All
need
right.
anything, let us know.
I'm gonna
So-
throw out a yay or nay. Yay, everybody?
Yay.
All right, yays at it. Where the hell are we? Can we do stock and inventory?
Okay, stock and inventory. The TAC came from RSA, the TAC came out, and there was a call. Let's talk about the good news on the TAC. The good news on the TAC is, prior to the TAC, we were under the impression that money for stocks and supplies could only occur the first 6 months of the initial opening of any facility at all. And the TAC then came out and said, no, if there is a change of operator, that 6 months starts the clock over again. So that's very helpful, I think, for all of us, very, very helpful. So we've had conversation with initial conversation with fiscal on this. And I think what we have come up with is that we can purchase, now if it's a new person, a new operator that has an open case, and they're in a VR and they're about to get there, they would get their stocks and supplies from VR case, and it would go through our aware case system. But for existing operators who move to another location, we're looking at getting a fund, Dewey money, right? And then we're able to match that to provide stock and supplies for the first 6 months. So I think that's great news. The nuances and where this group needs to get together and work out what does transitions look like, also coming up with a standard of what is an appropriate amount of stock and supplies for any given facility. Is it by machine? The other thing that we've talked about and thrown out, again, I'm just throwing this out, no decisions, of course, have been made. We're coming to you guys, and we need, as a body, to come up with some solutions. As I know that there's, people are worried about having to work with each other and sell it. So one thing that we talked about is, okay, you take the stock with you when you leave. You take it. I don't know what happens when you retire. That's a thing. But there would be no loans. There would be no paying back. It's your guys' free and clear. One of the problems with the loans, and it is technically possible to do a loan, or they don't call it a loan. They called it what do they call it? A refund. It has to go back to the original federal fiscal year it was taken, and it has to go back into the appropriate buckets, and the reporting on that is, it's massive, and it would have to be a very short period. But why would we want to set people up having to have loans when you can get a product free and clear, and no one wants it back? It's just the details are going to be, what does the transition look like, what happens to the product, but that's what we have so far. And I don't know if there's definite questions, but we have to open up the rules. We have to, because our rules talk about the loans. It talks about overage. We're about to write a $2,000 check on an overage for someone right now. So, and that comes out of straight funds. That's not matched. So, yeah. And we are kind of on a clock, because now that we have this TAC, we know that RSA has this expectation out there, and they could come in. We can't just kick this down the road a couple of years. We have to open up the rules and figure out this new process. But I think that the best news is the fact that the 6-month clock will now start when someone goes into a facility.
Mr. Chair. That was exactly the same. Christie, I just have a question. From being on that call, and please correct me if I'm wrong, but I want to ask it anyway. Did a facility format change also restart that clock? I thought that's what they said, but I want to make sure I heard you correctly. Yes.
Yes.
Same question.
There was a lot of information thrown out. That's all I'm going to say.
And Frank, I do think, like, if it became like a vending to a format, vending to a micro market or to a cafeteria, I don't think it would necessarily entail adding machines or taking away machines, but I don't know, we'll have to look at that tack again.
Mr. Chair, I've got a multitude of questions, but a few. One is, this is going to be VR's money for the purpose of purchasing inventory and supplies.
No,
No. This is going to be whose money?
it's money that's gonna be set aside, right now,
Set aside a specific.
What is
not
due?
your set aside, not your set aside. Money set aside, it's not VR dollars.
Okay.
For us to use VR dollars, you guys would have to open up a VR case.
Okay. Which sometimes will be the case.
We're trying.
With new operators.
New operators,
Yeah.
but we're trying to avoid you guys, existing operators, having to go and open up a case.
Right.
That we, and now that we know that we can actually match it too,
Yep.
that there would be money earmarked
Yes.
for stocks and supplies for the BE program, and then that would be able to be matched.
Right. And that's money under the OVRC umbrella, not our money.
Correct.
And my question is, where do they make the purchases from? For example, are they going to be purchasing for a new facility, a new operator, it has to be fully stocked? Do they make purchases direct from Coke and Pepsi and the ESA and all of that? And if so, can they, when there's, because the question is now going to become, this has been gifted to me, but it's of no use to me once I close the facility. Are you suggesting that we take it with us to a new facility, or if we don't, we can sell it and do whatever the heck we want? Or is there a possibility to do like we do now? It just gets transferred to the next operator of the same facility, and wherever this money comes from gets paid to the current operator, so that they don't have to worry about possibly selling it all down and leaving the facility empty, or possibly having to cart it off somewhere and hope that they get the value of it from some other entity. That's the biggest problem I see, and it's not a problem. You're right. This is all good news, but figuring out how we handle it is the matter that is most significant for the benefit of the facilities and the program and the individual operator.
I don't think we can be the middleman anymore, because then it would have to be reported on the fiscal reports, and
Only if there's an additional payment made, I think was the understanding that I got from that. For example, currently, if we kept the rules the way they are, the only way that would kick in is if you paid an overage, which I think we should change anyway. We should allow overages on transitional inventories anyway. And we can make that a part of the new process. But what is, the suggestion is what? That where are they gonna buy it? So I'm gonna empty out my facility and then you're gonna come in and bring new product in? That's insane. So if I'm moving from one facility to another, that person has to empty out the one I'm going to, and I have to empty out mine and take it over there, and then the new person at my facility has to bring it in. That doesn't make any sense. That's not practical in any way, shape, or form.
Mr. Chair,
Amy?
so kind of back up to the funding question. So the purchasing of inventory, it wouldn't work any different unless you're a new operator going through VR. It wouldn't work any differently like on your end than it does now. So you say you are purchasing Pepsi, Coke, Vistar, whatever, whether you're getting reimbursed or we're authorizing to them directly, that doesn't change. So everything is still gonna come out of BE Web, that like earmarked funds we're gonna budget for each year. And then the agency has to report that on it's called the RSA 17, and you'll hear the like services to groups in that tag. That's what they're referencing is I mean, even right now, the funds that they've given us for inventory or whatever, they report that there for services to groups. So that aspect wouldn't change at all. As far as the transitional part, I think that's what the committee's got to decide. Because in our eyes, this TAC really gave power to the operator, which is fantastic for you guys as business owners. What you do with the product after that, I think, is in your hands, whether it is moving it, whether it is working it with the next operator. But our responsibility as a program is to make sure that the facility and the operator have an adequate amount of inventory.
Mr. Chair.
And we will do that with this funding.
Mr. Chair, I understand that, and I respect that, and I think it's wonderful news. My question is, though, can the Bureau buy my inventory from me?
For the next
They
operator.
can buy it from Coke, or they can reimburse the new operator, but they can't provide the inventory for the new operator by purchasing it from me. Why is that not possible?
If, Mr. Chair, I think that would be possible if the other operator wants your inventory. We're not, I guess it's like if Mark is going into your facility and Mark's like, I don't want your stuff, we're not gonna say, Derek, we're gonna buy your inventory and then also buy Mark new inventory.
Mr. Chair, couldn't we put things in rules that require, and this is the case in other places in the country, you're required to provide an inventory that is saleable and in a certain condition and dated a certain way, and the new operator is obligated to accept saleable and reasonable things and so forth. Because without doing anything like, and I'm not saying that's the only way to do it, but with doing nothing, what's going to happen is everybody leaving the facility is going to sell their stuff down to nothing, so they get the full benefit of that inventory and walk away with nothing. And that's going to leave the facility without service for an amount of time that is problematic for our customers.
And
It
Mr.
will
Chair,
happen, I guarantee you. Not everybody will do that, but some will. Probably a good portion of people will, and that's bad for our customers.
Mr. Chair, I think that going from facility to facility, there would have to be some parameters that the committee would have to agree on as like, you know, if we gave you, when you went into a facility, $6,000 worth of stock, and you're going to a similar facility, so you're going rest area to rest area, and we know that you've gotten that facility and your new rest area needs about the same, or maybe it needs $10,000. We would provide you with $4,000 more, but you would technically already have that $6,000, but no money is on the books.
But we could possibly sell it to the next operator, right?
Right, and I think another aspect of like you say that the facility is going to suffer, you're going to run down a product, but I think as a business owner, you're also suffering because you're not making those sales.
No.
I'm gonna do a better job.
When you, yeah, like a huge facility, yeah, I mean, I'd rather sell it than pack it up and haul it across town.
I think Mr. Chair, sorry. I think all of these are like details we will have to work out. I think like the overarching theme is that the current way we were doing it and the way that the current rules are is going to have to change because that loan aspect, like our fiscal department is not okay with continuing because of the period of performance and the federal reporting, what came out in that TAC of saying it has to go back to the grant year in which it was purchased.
Mr. Chair, I do have a question though. If you're going to do that, you take over the facility, so your existing operating take over the facility already doesn't have adequate inventory. You use your own money to get that facility up to par. You're just out of luck. You don't get your money back. I mean, how, if someone else takes over that facility behind you, you don't get reimbursed for what you put in? Is that the way that's gonna go? If the operator coming in decides they don't want any of your inventory? Or they, you're going on to maybe a different type of facility? I'm saying, how's that gonna work?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, that's exactly the problem. I mean, that's money that will have been given to you free. You will have been provided free, don't have to pay it back or anything, a $10,000 inventory, let's say. That's now yours. You can do whatever you want with it. Am I correct? And the problem becomes, then I want to, if I am given that, I want to take full advantage of it. But you have to be able to maintain the integrity of the facility. And the only way to do that is to keep the inventory on hand continually. And that means you'll have to, in order to provide the new operator of the facility I've just left with an inventory, the best thing for you to do is to purchase the inventory from me, not to empty the facility out and completely restock it anew. That won't work. That just won't work. And I understand that, you know, these are the things we need to deal with. We're dealing with it right now. We've got to start fixing this now. The clock is running. And there are a lot of questions. What are we going to do about the current inventory that's on the books? Are we going to throw that away by forgiving it for everyone? Or are we going to utilize it to slowly but surely through attrition create some unassigned income for other purposes later on? Are we going to have any, the 6-month thing is a maximum amount of time that we can provide stock and inventory and supplies and payroll for and all of that. Are we going to limit that, or are we going to allow it to be 6 months? Are we going to make it two weeks or 4 weeks? These are the questions, and we need to start figuring out what those questions are and answering them so we can make the rule changes.
Mr. Chair, I have a question. I can get going. I'm just thinking about logistics. If my friend Yvette here has a facility and she wants, because she's responsible operator, she got the machines full of product, but I'm saying, well, you know, I've got some different ideas about the product mix, and so I'm going to ask you, Yvette, to take your inventory. And then the agency, it sounds as if the agency is going to buy me X value of inventory to stock the facility. But logistically, Yvette's got a contract that goes to a certain date, and I've got a contract that goes to a certain date. There's a storeroom, and you know, she's got her stuff in there, and I've got all this incoming stuff in there. I can't see how that logistically is going to work. You know, and I know some facilities, the operators have their own rented storage, but other facilities, they don't. Other facilities is on-site storage. So I'm thinking just logistically, how can this work where if somebody is put in a position where they are told you can either take your operator or take your inventory or sell it to the new operator. If I have to choose between, if I'm the new operator, if I have to choose between giving Yvette $11,000 versus getting a grant from the agency for $11,000 in new inventory, you can bet I'm going to take the grant.
Right.
And she can take her inventory. So then you've got the problem though of this, like she's got her stuff there and I've got this stuff coming in because I want to get the machines filled up as soon as possible.
I think the grant would apply for Yvette's inventory too. You wouldn't have to pay that back.
Mr. Chair, that'd be correct. So
Okay.
it could be that the
Yeah,
grant could be applied.
both would be free.
But if the product mix met the new operator's expectations.
Right.
So, Mr. Chair, you're basically, this would be obligating incoming operators to take inventory whether they wanted it or not, right?
Well, I think we could make some rules, but yeah, it sounds like the incoming operator has the option to keep your inventory that's there or get new, but it puts the outgoing operator in a bad, you know, a lot of work. It's going to be a lot of work, and the operation will suffer.
I'm saying good luck getting temps because they're outgoing operators all the time. They're going to be operating outgoing operators.
The facility is going to be down.
Especially, Mr. Chair, if you go into a smaller, like if you go into a rest area with 6 machines, and you're leaving a bigger location.
Yeah.
What are you gonna do with all that experience?
So, Mr. Chair, one of the things that we could also do is, maybe Indiana, this works. And my counterparts, like, they don't want the Bureau and the SLA in between it. It's, operators are working amongst themselves. They don't want to have the SLA in it. And so maybe inviting their OVRC chair and their VEP director to talk how exactly it works there. I mean, that's an option.
Bring them in on Tuesday.
Mm-hmm.
It's a big, yeah, it is much.
Get on the horn right now.
You know, again, you're getting free product. And if in that circumstance, Yvette's going on and she doesn't want to take it and you don't want it, she can throw it away.
I mean, it's.
I'm not throwing it away, he can throw it.
Well, you know what?
It's only free product if you convert it to cash.
yeah. It's only worth something if you convert it to cash, right?
It's not free product if you just throw it away.
And there's work involved in converting it to cash.
Mr.
So
Chair,
one of
it
the
is free
things
product.
too is that, and what I don't understand as well as Amy, is this period of performance. Amy, can you explain the period of performance?
Mr. Chair, so with the federal grants, it is when we obligate funds, so like when we make a purchase order or authorization, it is tied to that grant year. So we used to get into this thing because we always thought it was the opposite. So like we would make a authorization for a machine on September 29th. Full well knowing we weren't receiving that machine until December. So we would change that authorization so it would be in the like upcoming fiscal year. So instead of the federal fiscal year 24, we would make it for federal fiscal year 25. Because it was all about when you received the service
Not when you bought it.
or the actual item. So period of performance is complete opposite. It's when you obligate those funds, you're saying, you're tying it to that grant year. So we may make an authorization for September 29th, knowing the machine's not gonna get there, but it's gotta stay with those grant funds, and then you have until the following federal fiscal year to pay that. Ideally, they like it done by like January, but by law, you do have until the following fiscal year starts.
Got it?
So how will that affect us?
So since these are matchable funds, you would buy the inventory, and so those funds would be obligated to, say, federal fiscal year 24. We bought it today, but then the refund comes back in federal fiscal year 26. So that refund has to be back into federal fiscal year 24 grant. So everything that we submitted, RSA 15, RSA 17, those reports have to be altered, and then if that messes up, because there's kind of a formula within the grant with what the agency spends on like pre-ets and some other things, it can mess up that. So sometimes what David Steele mentioned in that presentation on the TAC is the agency sometimes will get into having to write the federal government a check back. So that's what we're trying to, the agency wants to avoid. So the inventory that we have on the books, that's 20 years old. We'd have to go back and apply that 78.7% to the grant year it was purchased in. So if it was purchased in 1997, we're gonna have to go back and alter those reports and stuff. And it's kind of a nightmare, and that's why RSA had kind of said, if you're going to do that, be careful.
Well, is it gonna be a problem going forward, or is it the problem with the stuff that's in the past? Or-
So going forward, that's kind of why we're saying that the process has to change. It's not going to be a problem because we're not going to keep these like loans unless you guys agree to a loan that would be paid back within 1 year. Not loan, sorry, refund.
Have to be within the fiscal year?
Yes,
So that means if I got the inventory on September 15th, I'd have 15 days.
yes. And then the stuff that is on the books, as we call it, that is why the topic of forgiveness is coming up. Because the stuff that was purchased, I mean, we've got some operators who have been in their facilities with initial inventory for quite some time, trying to figure out when that was purchased, where the refund would get applied to grant year wise, if they've had site attachments and had more inventory over time, figuring out exactly what percentage of that inventory belongs with what grant year, and getting that all reported accurately. So that's why the topic of forgiveness has come up.
It's a lot of work.
Do we know what the balance of accounts receivable for inventory is?
I can look it up real quick. It was like just a little bit under $500,000,
Sounds reasonable.
but I can look it up to be accurate.
And when when that comes back to the agency, that's generally not been matchable money?
Correct.
Okay.
Mr.
And
Chair.
I can tell you, like this year, we've had $4,000 around there come back to the agency.
Since October.
Yes, since October.
Mr. Chair.
Seth?
Since this was bought with set aside, we cannot put it to anything else if you get it back, correct? Since
What
it
is
was
it? I'm
actually,
sorry.
the inventory was bought with set aside.
No.
I thought it was beforehand.
You'd have to go back and see what year it was purchased. We
So there are
did
some that are
purchase-
set aside and some that are not.
So there were times where it was incorrectly purchased with set aside. Still uses that federal grant though. And then other times where we've been purchasing it correctly and not using set aside.
But anything purchased with set aside, you have to separate that out because that cannot go into any other fund. That has to go back to set aside, correct?
It would be unmatchable set aside. So even though it would go back into so your guys' pot of
I'm
money,
sorry.
all of your funds go back into a fund called 4670. So there's matchable funds in there, there's unmatchable funds in there. So anything that comes back as a refund is not matchable.
I'm just trying to clarify, so if it was bought with set aside, we cannot put it in the other pot now to buy inventory from here on out, because it's originally set aside money and that needs to go back to set aside.
I mean, you
Is that
could
correct?
designate it to buy inventory, but it would just be dollar for dollar, so you'd be losing out on that 78.7%.
Do we know, Mr. Chair, do we know the amount, the ratio of money that was spent correctly and money that wasn't? I mean, is it half and half? Is it just a little bit of originally bought with set aside? A whole bunch originally bought with set aside?
Mr. Chair, I have to kind of do some research, and see what all the purchases on the books are, but I can certainly get that for the next meeting.
Okay, we need to get on the inventory then, right? ASAP? How soon is this gonna be coming down? We need some inventory rules?
Chair, we had a work group that we talked about inventory with, and that was before the TAC. And that's when we were trying to solve a lot of things, honestly, that we didn't know what we were trying to solve. I have mixed feelings about doing a work group with it. One, yeah, you can get stuff done between meetings and bring consolidated ideas to the committee, things like that. But we found that this being kind of like the rules, that it really needs the whole committee input on. So I'm not sure what the better way to go with it is. We could try and put a work group together, at least mash out what all questions need asked and what all needs done, to try and not take up, valuable committee time doing some of that preliminary work. But really, the big discussions when it comes to actual rule changes are gonna have to be the full committee, and we're just gonna have to take time in committee meetings to do it.
Mr. Chair.
Could it be a policy in spite of a rule?
Pardon me, I'm sorry.
Could it be a policy in spite of a rule?
Not for this type of
No.
change, no. We have to change the rules. We can't make these kind of implemented changes. Right now, our rules have a specific way of doing transitional inventories
Gotcha.
that this type of stuff would violate. So we'd have to change the rules for that when it happens.
Seth?
With the JCAR process, is it even practical to get it done before the federal policy change is in effect?
Mr. Chair, it does take a while. I would, in a perfect situation, we would, I would like this to be effective January 1, but that's ambitious. Very ambitious, but we're not following RSA's guidance right now, so we have to change it. And then the next conversation on this is You know, we're certifying, if we are going to forgive loans, we're still certifying people to the AG, which doesn't feel very good. And, you know, we're still doing loans, which is, you know, per our rules right now. So we can't kick this down the line. We have to come up with some solutions.
Mr. Chair.
Seth?
Is VR ready to go for
So-
new operators?
So, great question. That's a great question, Seth. So our biggest issue, and before this TAC, was we didn't want two different systems. You know what I mean? Where some people have these loans and some people don't, and some outright. And I guess I have to also go back and ask VR and my legal partners here, if people are coming out of VR with, and VR doesn't want the stock back at all, and it's theirs. You know, how does that play out and look? And if it's okay with how our rules are written right now, if they don't have, I don't know. I don't know, and Derek and Annette, I'm looking at you, you guys understand these rules too. If they come out of VR and we can buy them stock and it has nothing to do with this, what do they do with their stock when they move on? That's the greatest issue right here.
Well, Mr. Chair, I mean, currently, I don't, if I started today with a new facility, I don't technically have to take inventory for you necessarily. I can say I'm bringing all my own.
Correct.
And that sometimes happens actually with site attachments and things that are going to be tempting. People will do that. So, yeah, you
But I don't want to pay overage for people that are getting free
Exactly.
inventory. I don't want to pay overage.
Annette, could you get some preliminaries to talk about?
I think that's probably a good thing, to at least narrow down to a plan of what all needs done. We can put our crew back together. I gotta look up who, I don't remember who all was on.
I believe it was you, me, and Joan.
Pardon me?
I believe it was you, me, and Joan.
Okay.
And Amy.
And Amy, yes.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Yeah, we can do that. Seth, you still willing to?
Certainly.
Okay, and John, Dee, if you're on there, if you're still willing to serve on that, then we can do that.
Great.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair.
Seth?
So, Christie, not to put you on the point, but that's a no that VR is not ready to go.
I don't think it's a no, Seth. I think what Derek's saying, I have to look at it. I think VR, it would be willing and able. It's just how does that comport with our current rules? And he's right, Derek's right. You don't need to take inventory. You don't need to have a loan. But then, I don't know also on the VR side too, and they give people equipment and laptops that they don't want back for, specific, there's a specific plan, you have to have a plan in place and all of that. I don't know if there's any documentation stating, you received this. So, we can look into like the new people coming out. And wonder if we can get that going.
Mr. Chair, that doesn't solve the problem. Currently, if a new person were to say to take over my facility, what do I do with mine? Because currently, under the rules, that says you're gonna buy it back from me and pass it on to the next person. But if you buy the new person inventory, they don't need mine, what happens?
Right.
You still have to buy it. You can't stick me with it.
The day of the transition, someone shows up and says, they said, oh, I don't want this.
Yeah.
I mean, what are you gonna do?
And that's still the problem moving forward. Once the change is made, we're going to change the rules. It said, you still have to answer the question of what happens to the existing, at the facility that's being transitioned out of, what happens with the inventory? I mean, it's all well and good to say the person owns it, can do whatever the hell they want with it, but that doesn't solve the problem of them wanting to convert their free gift to cash and leaving a facility empty for a certain period of time. And that doesn't mean months. Even a week would be bad. And getting down to that point is going to be bad because you're going to have 2 or 3 weeks or more of slowly going down to nothing, and they're just going to get crappy service.
Operators going to have to have discussion.
If they can buy inventory from Coke and Pepsi, why can't they buy inventory from an operator? that's saleable and all of that.
I thought that was well, it gets to the
Track that.
second
We
part of it.
track that.
It gets to the second part of the mission statement, the service provider of choice for our customers. If we're gonna be the service provider of choice for our customers, one of our responsibilities is to maintain continuity of service at transition. And this is what Derek has been addressing, is the continuity of service at transition is critical to maintaining that trust relationship with the grantor. That's, you've got to have a mechanism that allows machines to remain clean, stocked, and working at the time that the BOA is transitioned to a new operator.
Mr. Chair,
John?
this kind of scares me because if this had already been in place, the last month and next month, I'm gonna have $30,000 worth of inventory. What am I supposed to do with all that?
Yep, that's what we gotta figure out.
They're gonna forgive it the one after he leaves there or something. Yeah.
Mr. Chair, I really think it, I mean, I don't know that I'm right, but it's certainly worth a conversation with fiscal and whoever else needs to help with this decision. I don't know what the barriers would be to, I know what the barriers might be to implement it in our rules to say who has to leave what and who has to accept what. But in terms simply of can VR purchase the necessary inventory for its facility from, can they purchase the existing inventory from an operator?
Directly from an operator.
Yeah.
Mr. Chair.
That would solve a lot of problems.
Mr. Chair,
Mhm.
I don't think it's ever a question of like, yeah, we can reimburse the operator for their inventory, like, yeah, we'll buy this for this facility, but it comes down to the incoming operator.
So
we're
it
not-
is a yes.
Yeah, we're not saying that we
It's
can't.
we gotta figure it out, not them. It's on us. The incoming operator and the outgoing operator has to work together.
Like, if you're the vendor that like incoming operator is saying, I want that inventory, and the last operator is the vendor, we can if that's the route that's taken, we can certainly pay that operator. You guys are set up as vendors. Like I said, nothing is changing with how we are purchasing within VE Webs. Like, you guys are in there, we have authorized you in the past. We mark it as, like, in our system, so that's never, like, you could be the vendor of choice for the incoming operator to buy inventory from.
Good deal.
But like Derek, and Mr. Chair, like Derek said though, what would be the incentive if they know?
It's all free. It's all free.
Yeah.
None of it's payback. It's all gonna be a grant. So you definitely have to start working with the incoming operator to agree on the, what they like. I would start talking to them well in advance to see what they're not gonna want or just try to work it out. You know what I mean?
Mr. Chair, we'll put our group back together, but I did want to just say, if I'm chairing this, that I'm on vacation the next 2.5 weeks. So we will be able to get together, but I think we should, the folks who's going to be on this group, to be, if I'm going to be on it, I need to, I think we're going to have to put like a marathon session, not just meet for an hour one day, but maybe here in a couple weeks when I'm back, maybe schedule for the group to meet for a nice period of time to really knock this out in order to have it done prior to the next meeting.
Okay.
How does a Canelli operator get 2 weeks off in the summer?
Right.
Got 3 months, you got 3 months to go.
You got real good hire help.
I want to know your secret.
You have a husband who's an operator,
There
who's
you
not
go.
going on vacation with.
Oh.
Hey, I'm gonna call to break for lunch and everybody be back here, what, 1:20?
Okay.
Sound like a plan?
Like a plan.
Well, let's jump to the end, ESCC. Oh, wait, let's jump to the end of anything else.
Motion to adjourn.
ESCC RFP, everybody have a chance? Do we have suggestions for how to proceed with that particular document and the situation at ESCC currently?
Mr. Chair, I'd like to know what the Bureau's thoughts are on that.
Chair, like, we've talked about the RFP. I don't know of any operator, I wish I did, that is wanting to run a cafeteria, wanting to fulfill an RFP. You know, again, the base is claiming that they have the personnel on base to make this a profitable thing. I know that that's, you know, the $10,000 question of whether it is. Sally has an idea that we would like to propose to the base. Whether they accept it, I don't know. Yeah.
So, Mr. Chair, even if they do find someone to run this cafeteria, which I think is going to be hard, I would like to ask them to share the space with us, put up some sort of partition between the micro market and the cafeteria space. It's a giant space, but in order to preserve our first floor footprint and not be shipped upstairs, I'd like to ask if we could have a shared space just partitioned off so that there's no confusion of where to pay for each item.
That's right, Pat.
No.
That's what they say right there. That's right.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
We considered, I mean, yeah, I know they want a full cafeteria. Have we considered answering the RFP with what we're willing to give?
Mr. Chair, that's something Derek was actually talking about at lunch is, you know, offering what we are doing now, basically, and putting that in writing to them.
I don't know, Mr. Chair, about offering what we're doing now in response to the RFP. I don't know legally with contracts, there's some sort of responsibility and responsiveness. So I think that they would automatically kind of like kick our, you know, that we did not satisfy the instructions on filling out or responding to the thing. So I don't know if we would actually do the RFP or we would just put in writing that we believe that what we're offering now serves their population.
Mr. Chair,
Yes,
did
ma'am.
anyone ever offer about just like maybe doing breakfast, serving something in the morning? When I was on that base, that we made most of our money in the morning. So maybe some breakfast, which is cheap to do. Did any of the operators there that are interested in doing that?
Mr. Chair, not that I'm aware of, but I haven't
Speech on.
asked that question
Stop.
specifically.
Record. Button. Record. Button. Record. 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 Record.
They got food trucks on there again, don't they?
Speech off.
Yeah.
And have you had a Mr. Chair, has anyone had a conversation with Mark Casimir on what he wants to do since he's got that micro market or what he doesn't want to do? Do we know?
Mr. Chair, he does not want to run open food, completely open to Fuda and Farmer's Fridge and doing those options.
Mr. Chair,
Yeah, John.
I got 3 comments. One, I was really surprised that
Speech on.
the food trucks
Speech off.
just about the sandwiches, but my sales actually went up because I was selling more pop and chips. That's my first comment. Second, the RFP really bothers me because they're telling them they can sell candy and everything, essentially. So that's going to destroy Mark more than I thought it would. And to your best question, breakfast sales, except for coffee and donuts, are minimal compared to the rest of the state sales.
Well, I mean, one thing I will say about RFP is that it's a request for proposal, and they put out their wish list. This is everything we would like to have. That doesn't mean that everybody that responds to that has to provide all of those requests. It becomes a bidding process. Who's willing to offer the most for what we're requesting? And what we have to do, according to the federal law, is fall within the competitive range. Now, clearly, we don't have as much of a chance of doing that if we don't offer as much as possible on that. But if we offered what we're able to currently, it at least gets us in the decision as to whether we met, whether we fell within the competitive range or not, without having to agree to open up a new cafeteria. because I think everybody agrees we don't want to open up new cafeterias.
No.
Because we don't have the money to do it, we don't have anybody willing to do it, et cetera, et cetera. And it completely destroys the opportunity that Mark just took. So that's why I suggested that as a possibility. And the other option is to do nothing and hope that nobody responds at all, and that we start right back, the base starts right back where they were. Or like Sally said, if somebody does manage to respond to it and they accept it, then we can negotiate keeping the space. But maybe at that point, we want that space in the third floor space as well to distance ourselves for other competitive reasons. I don't know. But we've got to do something, and there's nothing wrong with responding to the RFP.
Speech on. Stop. Button. Record. Record. Button. Speech off.
Then we'd have a leg to stand on at least. If we do nothing, we don't have a leg to stand on.
Mr. Chair.
Or we can fight the whole thing and say, this is ridiculous. We made an honest, good faith effort to give you what you wanted a year ago, and now you're telling us, get out. And I think because it's for the purpose of putting on an RFP to create a cafeteria, we would lose, but in the meantime, we could continue operating until it was figured out by the powers that be several years down the road. Yeah. But that also makes us not nice in their eyes, and does that screw our other operators because they become uncooperative in other areas, et cetera, et cetera. So if somebody wants to make a motion on the whole thing, we can, otherwise I need to move on. There's a lot on the agenda. Yeah.
I believe I move that we answer the RFP. And we tell them what all it is, that the consultant and Sally or whoever sits down with Mark and says, okay, let's go through this RFP and see what we're willing and able to provide and answer it. Because like you said, if they'll either accept it, because no one else bids, or they'll accept it, or they'll like us the best. I mean, let's be optimistic. Or if they don't accept it and say, you're not in the competitive range, we have something to fight then. Like you said, we have a leg to stand on. We have something we can say, well, we believe we are in the competitive range, and here's why. And then we have I started to make a motion and I went into a.
Okay.
No, I shouldn't have done it that way. I should know better. But no, my motion is that we answer the RFP. Just as simple as that, at the ECSC base.
I will say.
Now to finish my diatribe.
Okay.
Yeah, it gives us a leg to stand on. It makes us have something that we say, look, we came to you and we offered you all of this. And then we can see what the other people are offering. If there are other bidders and they try to accept them, we'll get to know what they offered. Did they offer much more than us? Maybe not.
Any further discussion?
Mr. Chair, I do have a question. It's federal property. Is there anything to prevent whoever, if someone else gets the RFP, to prevent them from selling the product, anything competitive? We could restrict them from selling some of the stuff that's sold in the micro. I don't know the answer. I'm asking that because it's federal property and I don't know the law there exactly probably as well as I should. So.
I won't say with 100% certainty, but I think under a contract for a cafeteria, the cafeteria is able to sell what they choose to sell within the confines of their wall. They can't set vending machines outside of their wall, and they can sell any products they want that they're contracted to sell without us having anything to say about it. I think. I'm 90% sure that's true.
You know why I asked the question.
Mr. Chair, I don't know of anything specifically in the federal law that says that if another entity is picked to run the cafeteria, that they're restricted on what they can sell inside their open food.
The good news is that we've been there all the time, so off hours, we still get those kinds of sales, which is why it might be a good idea to have the presence maintained on the first floor if somebody else happens to be so. Okay, any more discussion?
Mr. Chair, John's trying to say something.
Yeah, John?
Another
So
joke.
two things, one, we've been trying to put food in there
Not the center of the
for
union.
several months, and what's holding it up is every restaurant that food is used has to be inspected by date. We haven't been able to do that. And there's been 4 companies that I know of, 2 in Mark, that have gone and looked at the place, and based on the numbers that they're putting in the RFP, I think someone is gonna bid on it, because the numbers are better than they look.
All right, any further discussion?
1:36 p.m.
Frank?
Yes.
Annette?
Yes.
Dave? Yes. Derek? Yes. Who else? Keith?
Yes.
Julie?
Yes.
And that's it, and John?
Akron, yeah.
John, yes. So is that 6 yeses?
Passed unanimously.
All right, let's jump back up to 35% variance. Who asked for this? What's the topic of discussion?
Mr. Chair, I kind of asked for it. So, came here.
Okay, why?
I wanted just an update to see how it's going. What kind of things have we run into since we've done it now 1 quarter? What, you know, are there problems that we need to deal with? We knew this wasn't going to be a perfect time around, so I just kind of wanted to see if we had an update on how it went.
Mr. Chair,
John?
we're talking about the variance. I want to make sure.
Yeah, the new policy.
I went through it in March for Mansfield. My employee, my payroll was different and my mileage was different. I simply showed where I paid my daughter for working that month and provided my mileage log. And it was very simple and easy. My expenses were what I truly said they were, and there was no problem.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Amy.
I will say that, like, from all the information that we've gathered, 51% of the facilities didn't even, like, require documentation because they fell into the categories of, like, closure reconfiguration or an operator transition. We had 27% compliance, so the documentation came in and it matched, or the documentation came in and the operator had said, like, can you please help me in this? And then we've got a 9% of, like, non-compliant, and there is 8% that did not have a variance at all. So they also were not asked for documentation. So the non-compliant could be, they refused documentation was provided, and it did not match what was reported.
Okay, are these, I'm sorry, are these numbers based on the 100% of operators or 100% of people that were required to provide documentation?
So these percentages are, like, every
Stop.
facility that come up that file an operating report.
Speech off.
Seth?
Of the 9% that you said that was non-compliant, how many of them gave false documentation or documentation that didn't match? How many of that 9%?
So 3 was not accurate at all, and then 2 did not provide complete documentation.
Okay, so of those 3, is there a reason behind it that you have found out why it didn't match, or was it just an operator putting a false number down?
Personally did not have those, I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, I personally did not have those discussions with the operators, the consultants did, and I can go back and look through what they saved in BE Web of why. I don't think that we had consultants necessarily question the motives behind why things didn't match. It was just kind of collecting the documentation and going from there?
Well, I think this is the primary reason that, and some others wanted this on the agenda, is that we are concerned that the implementation of it the bugs haven't necessarily been worked out. And because we have heard from other people different reasons why they were uncomfortable with things. And many people's experience, like John's, was perfectly fine. But I don't think Dean Hamilton will mind me suggesting the conversation I had with him was he was discouraged with, he was perfectly willing to, he got caught a variance for his phone expenses. And he was perfectly willing to provide that, but then was told that, well, I need the consultant said, I need to make a copy or picture of that documentation you're presenting to me when I come to your house to see it. And he said, no, thank you. I'm not willing to do it. So there's a concern that we have. Is that part? I mean, the committee never talked about whether that was necessary for there to be exact copies. So that's one issue. And there's other issues about what are we going to do in terms of defining what's appropriate documentation? Because we've heard reports that some consultants are saying if you're showing vehicle expenses, you have to show this receipt from the gas pump. You can't show your credit card receipt that you paid for the gas with, and those things. So we need to work out these kinds of problems so moving forward, people can know what to expect and how to comply if they choose to comply. And that's just a scratch of the surface. There's other issues too. So I think that's why we're talking about it, to make sure that it's being implemented equitably and fairly and for the purpose that we're doing it to begin with.
Mr. Chair.
And nothing else. Seth?
Again, we're still going back to Mr. Johnson's opening thing today. Reasonable cost. If there's paperwork that an operator has to turn into BE, then you are required to actively participate with the OVRC to decide that. So your use of reasonable cost, you have never actively participated with the OVRC for a definition of reasonable cost. Because we went to you and we said 35% is a phone call. You guys said 35% is fine, but we're going to check paperwork and we don't care what you guys say because of reasonable cost. I'm paraphrasing, no offense meant to anybody.
Mr. Chair, it's Christie. So, again, we've been talking about this for years, I feel, and we have had conversations last summer. So the next steps are, one of the things, and I know we talked as a group, was that there would be no punishment the first time, that, and we're having an MOR training at the end of, I think, August 8th, and hopefully a part of that MOR training too is what appropriate documentation is. OBM is going to come in July, and they are going to take a sample of what we've collected, and they're going to check our work that we're following through on, what's the report for the 35% and what's the backup documentation. And so reasonable cause is that 35% is reasonable cause. The backup documentation, we did go to OBM, they said, no, that's not an appropriate, just a verbal response, that there definitely needs to be backup documentation. Now, we can talk, the nuances is what satisfies for what category is documentation. I also know that, people are worried about sensitive information out there. We can redact that stuff. Any bill I get or any even bank statement only has the last 4 digits of a number. There's very rarely is there a phone bill or anything with any bank information or social security number, but we can absolutely talk that through. But I think that we're still working through this, but I think overall it went well. We have talked about it, so people coming forward saying, well, I didn't know about this. I'm like, I don't know how they did it. They said discuss. And I think that it is a training opportunity. I'll say again that the whole point of this is just that the number matches, that there is a source number that matches. That's all they want to see. And I don't think, some people it's a training opportunity. And I guess that's where we're at right now. But I do fully expect OBM to come in July and test our process, because this was supposed to be implemented last July, and we kept on kind of kicking the can. and we collected 1 quarter's worth.
Mr. Chair,
Great.
okay, so first off, I can't think of any valid reason why we would need hard copies. And even if hard copies were going to be made, what kind of records retention policy would those be kept under? When would they be, disposed of, destroyed, or whatever after that was over with? We've never even talked about that. I personally don't even think hard copies are necessary for something like this. Second off, if you guys went to OBM and OBM said a phone call from a consultant was not necessary, I did a public records request for all communications between BE staff and OBM from January of 18 to current, and there is no communications about a phone call not being adequate. So if that communication actually happened, where is it? Why wasn't it included in those records?
It was a phone call after your motion for us to go back and ask OBM. We got on the phone call with them, and they said that that was not adequate. And I thought there was a follow-up email. I will look.
They're not in the records I received.
But I
And
can tell you
how are public records kept when this kind of communication happens in a phone call? That's a public record, that phone call. How is that kept?
No, they're not recorded.
If, wait a minute, hang on. Mr. Chair, hang on. How is a phone call not a public record when it's being participated by 2 public bodies? That's precisely why we supposedly can't talk outside of meetings?
You're conflating things. First of all, those are 2 public bodies, those are 2 public offices. Rick can answer this better than I can. But phone calls under the public office records, the first part of the Sunshine Law, phone calls are not records. I'm fairly certain that's true. Rick can answer that better than me.
So then we would be able to talk outside of meetings, right?
That's a public meeting issue, not a public record
No, phone calls cannot escape public records. I don't think phone calls should be able to escape public records.
And if there is no record
Bring that up
of
with the
it,
legislature.
Mr. Chair, if there is no record of it, how is it being forced upon us? No offense. I mean, you're expecting us to take your word for it. Why? You're sitting here saying you're not going to take our word for it. So why vice versa?
So, Mr. Chair, I will go back and I will get OBM to put it in writing what is constituted backup documentation. And I don't know when your records request timeline was. I thought there might be something in writing already.
It was from January of 2018 up to current.
But I will, I'll get that in writing. It's not a problem.
Annette, did you have something?
Yeah, I had 2 things. One, with the same line. I would think, I understand, assuming all that's correct, that the phone call saying, hey, what was this? The operator saying this isn't adequate. But I don't understand if a state employee goes and actually visually sees the document and confirms it and everything. I don't know that there necessarily needs to be a copy of that document. I would hope that a notation that I saw it, it checked off, it's fine, that should be adequate. That way, that would kind of alleviate some of those concerns that some of the operators might have of actually handing over documents.
Is that a possibility?
Mr. Chair, I don't think it is, because then they can't come back here and test that. And I don't want to put, again, staff in a position either where, we want everyone to be treated fairly, and, someone might say, oh yeah, I did tell so-and-so that, or so-and-so did look at it. I don't want that. I don't want any question at all. And so if you have this documentation of a phone bill, when you're doing your MOR, what is so secretive to provide a copy of it? And we can talk to them that, once a period is over with, that it is purged. But I don't understand the thought that, this is, a secreted document. And it goes, your stuff is all in BE Web to begin with.
EIN, your address, your social security numbers, they're already in BE Web. It is an encrypted, secured system. Ask them.
Mr. Chair,
David,
how is the Bureau handling Coke, who self-reports for the machines that they service? And this is not being imposed on them, and there's a very specific reason as to why. And if it cannot be imposed on them, it cannot be imposed on us. And during the public records request, part of the emails exchanged was Amy telling someone at OVM that Coke self-reports, and because the Bureau cannot send an employee with them every time they collect from machines, they have to trust what they say. So where is the trust for the operators?
Mr. Chair, can I respond to that?
Hold on. And Dave, I was laughing. I want you to know I was laughing because Christie was over there genuflecting. I wasn't laughing at what you were saying. And that had the floor next, and then Christie.
Well, no, I'll give it to Christie because it's a whole other issue.
Christie.
Okay, so Coca-Cola originally, yes, they self-reported. After this audit, we went to them in January of '23, and because your record request was just between OVM and us, it did not include this documentation to Coke. They now provide reports down to the type of pop that they sell, whether it's a cherry, a diet, a Coke, for every machine, and that comes with the commission statement, and we have it for every machine, and we've had it since that January. So we do collect all that information.
But I'm confused. How is providing a report of what they sell a hard copy of some kind of evidence? It indicates nothing.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Amy.
So the documentation that they provide and why it came up on the audit, it's a source of revenue. So down to the source of revenue that they provide us is a commission, and it's by product. So not only are we given a thing with our commission amount by location, we are giving a commission breakdown, the revenue they take in, what they give us, by product, by machine, because under the new terms of our contract with Coke, there's a different commission rate for each kind of product. Whether it's a 20 ounce.
CSD versus
Thank you,
energy
Chris.
drink versus a
So they
ice
can,
tonic.
they can show us their revenue stream of the revenue that's coming to them and then to us.
So what is the source? I mean, is that based on credit card reader reports, or is that based on drivers filling out a form when they go out with their truck? What is that?
Mr. Chair, the way that Coke does it, they're full service, people have a handheld computer, and they have to enter how many units they put into the machine.
Gotcha.
So whatever comes out of that handheld computer into their system, we are getting those reports.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, sir.
What would the Bureau have done if Coke said no?
Sorry, I didn't hear it.
What would the Bureau have done if Coke said no? We're not gonna send you this paperwork, we self-report, it's been good for 10 years, we're going to continue to do that. What would the
Mr.
Bureau-
Chair, I would think that we could take that to DAS as a part of their contract requirements, and if they're not providing what we need under the contract, we can terminate it.
And it's highly unlikely they would have said no because they want the business.
It's in the contract?
We do have contract requirements for
understand.
reporting. Yeah, I can look it up and see what it says exactly for you.
Please.
But I still, Mr. Chair, that doesn't sound like the kind of proof we're being forced to provide. A report of which products they sell is not the same thing as having to show a copy of your phone bill or whatever the case may be. It's not the same thing.
I see your point, but I think the difference there is, and they were.
I mean, I'll count up whatever types of chips I sell and give them a report of that.
Right. Well, it does raise the question of when somebody's finally asked to provide proof of the sales, or documentation of the sales that they reported on their MR, what's going to be acceptable for that purpose. But I think here that is, I mean, I don't know how many ways there are to document sales, but it seems to me that that's a valid one to use the handhelds, and I'm sure they probably document the money coming out as much as the product going in and all that. I don't know how else you could track that any better. And we
Mr.
certainly
Chair.
track our sales
Chair,
based
you're
on
allowed-
multiple methods, like credit card readers, or if you have, you do daily cash reports, and there's all kinds of ways to document your amount of sales.
Mr. Chair, you're allowing the conversation to be confused with the relationship between Coca-Cola and BSVI. We're talking about the documentation and the relationship of the reported expenses between operators and BSVI. And with all due respect, the good gentlemen from Cincinnati have distracted us from the primary issue at hand, which is, does the operator have a responsibility to document their expenses when asked to do so? And the justifiable cause, as Mr. Ryan has been asking for, is that this body has previously agreed that when expenses are outside of 35% of same month last year, then that is just cause for asking for documentation. We don't care, I don't give a fiddler's bleep about Coca-Cola's relationship with BSVI. What I care about is whether our set-aside funds are being appropriately paid by our operators for accurate and balanced monthly operating reports that reflect actual revenues and actual expenses. That's what funds our program and creates opportunities for other operators. And talking about Coke is just a distraction. They've been very effective in distracting the conversation.
Mr. Chair. First off, that's not a distraction. Coke is not an employee of the state, and that's precisely why they couldn't impose it on them. We are not an employee of the state either. Our rules clearly state that.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair.
Seth and then Amy.
Yes, to Mr. Johnson, the fact of the matter is we did not agree, this body did not agree that 35% would be a reason to show. This body agreed that 35% would be a phone call. And that's where the problem lies. It's not a distraction, it's a fact that the BE program has decided to ignore what this body said.
Mr. Chair?
I gave you
Oh,
Amy,
Amy, I'm
are
sorry.
you gonna answer the question about did we make a motion? A second motion? We did one motion to say to go back, we're willing to do the phone call, and then we came back and then we did a second motion after hearing that information.
I'm gonna update the timeline, just to say, real quick, and I know Amy, I was just going to say that, and I know Dwayne spoke about this morning, and he was somewhat, basically for the most part correct, but there was a couple differences. He had the timeline a little messed up. There was a motion in November of '23 about the 35%, and it would generate a phone call. Then there was a January meeting where there was another motion. He said it was a unanimous vote, actually.
That was one. The first one was unanimous. The first one was unanimous, the second one was not.
The second one in January was not, but I didn't vote for it. I voted against it, actually.
But that was the motion that talked about
Yeah.
the 35%
Correct.
is the reason that we asked for documentation. So this committee did agree to that by
Can you read the motion, please?
majority vote. Amy?
Oh,
Yes, that's
sorry,
enough.
Mr. Chair. I just wanted to clear up the difference between Coke and the operator. The revenue that comes into the state from Coke is based on sales. The revenue that comes into the state from operators is based on net profit. So no, Coke's expenses aren't gonna come into play. If your guys' set aside was only based on sales, we would only be asking for sales documentation. That is the difference between the two.
And that's why they received a low and we received a moderate because of that difference. Seth, did you want the floor?
No, I was just asking for the motion that you were referring to be read.
Does somebody have that?
Everybody's saying they know what's in it, so I hope so.
I mean, most people seem to recall that, including the person who voted against it. So I mean, if you want documentation,
I would.
forward it to you, or you can do the research yourself.
Maybe the motion's meant to confuse things.
Okay. Anybody else?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
I do just want to point out one thing, and I almost keep doing it, but it needs to be done. I did not like the statement that Christie made, that we all agreed that there would be no punishment this first time around. I need to take exception to that. We never agreed on any punishment, period. So, this was never meant to be anything punitive. It was meant to check a box for OVM. So I just wanted that clarified for the record that nobody has agreed to any punishment, any period.
Nor should they.
Nor should they do that.
Mr. Chair, punishment was the wrong term.
Yes.
But there definitely has to be a consequence at some point, because I've also heard from operators that are like, we have no problem doing this, but it needs to be fairly applied, and when people refuse, and we're allowing them to refuse, there has to be a consequence. And we believe the rules state that you have to, at any time, reasonable cause, 35% to provide, that you're not following the rules then. So I don't know what that consequence is. We as a body need to talk about it, but to not think that we're gonna just do this and there's not gonna be a consequence is not fair for all of the operators that are doing it, that are doing the right thing. That's not fair.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair.
Was that Dave? Another Dave.
Okay, I was just gonna say that I not disagreeing with what you're saying, that something needs to be done, but the way you had said that we agreed on this first time, there was gonna be no punishment. I just wanted to point out, nobody has agreed to any kind of consequences at this point, period. We might have to have that discussion, but right now, there's no agreement on any consequences for anything. Yes, there is a rule, if you wanna read it that way, the PIP process, if you wanna say someone did not follow a pattern of not following the rules, I would think that at least be 2 times, but probably even more than that. And then it has to go through the local selection and all that to vote on and everything. That's the only thing within the rule that would be of any consequence. But there's never been any agreement on what constituted that as of yet.
So, Mr. Chair,
Hold on, Dave.
Oh, I don't agree that you can just blanket substitute 35% as the reasonable cause. And originally, I was on that work group, and the 35% was only supposed to generate a phone call. And being no record of going back to OVM and communicating and being able to see that they declined that and said more was necessary, we have no record of that. So we're just supposed to take their word for that when they can't even take ours.
We've got an hour left and a bunch of things still on the agenda.
Mr. Chair.
I don't know that we're going very far with this, and we're going back to, we're circling
Mr. Chair.
back on. Huh?
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Seth.
One final thing for me. If this is supposed to be fair to everybody, I am at 35% on every one of my lines from a year ago because I took over pop machines. I am not required to do it because there's a change of facility. So it is not a blanket 35%. If there's 35%, you're going to do it. So you are making judgment calls on what is it, and that is something that we should be a part of.
So, Mr. Chair, it's my understanding that the work group came up with, there was a change in the business, a significant change, and we're documenting that in DE Web. It's not just a verbal thing. We have that documentation, if there's been a change in there. So, once again, OVM can come in and ask for that documentation, and we can show the data from the MOR, the report that was generated. Okay, this person generated 35%. There should either be a documented thing in BE Web saying it's because they reconfigured their business was closed down, or there should be documentation supporting that number that they put on their MOR.
Okay.
Mr. Chair?
Yeah, just 1 second. I really don't want us to get too far afield on this, but Seth is right in that we didn't ever, as a committee and with you, agree to that kind of thing. And that doesn't mean it's not necessary, that doesn't mean it's not valid, but that is one of the many things that we're suggesting right now that needs to be worked out moving forward, so that the policy that definitely is in place now, validly, there is.
There's no written
May I see the policy, please?
Hold on. You're being disrupted.
I'm sorry,
Please don't be
written, sir.
disrupted. But I'm agreeing that this stuff needs to be addressed, because if we're going to implement this, we need to do it equitably and in a fair way, and in a way adequate for the purpose of the event anyway. So let's make sure that we do that, and this is one of them. Maybe we do need to have further discussions about what are the exceptions. I mean, I personally think that exempting somebody because their facility got modified last year, you have to still show the documentation for perhaps the first year, but then, I mean, for the first quarter, I should say, but then maybe not the other three, because it would be redundant somehow to do that. Or maybe we would say, yeah, everybody has to show everything all the time, and there's a variance regardless of the reason for the variance. But no, we did not ever agree. And that's it.
Or there can't be a policy.
There is a policy, it's just not
There is a
perhaps
policy,
well
please.
defined.
Mr.
As to how it's implemented, yeah. And that's why it's on the agenda. And that, did you have something?
No.
Yvette, did you have something? Oh, Lisa? Oh, hi Lisa, I'm sorry.
That's okay. Mine is more of a question. I don't disagree with any of the comments that are coming through, but my question is, we were closed for a period of time last year, following Christmas into, I believe it's mid-February, due to flooding in the building. It was out of our control. We paid through and so on and so forth. This year, obviously, it was going to come up for a variance because sales in January, part of February, and then now all of a sudden we've got sales. It just made sense. So my question is, when I provided a copy of an email thread which showed the fact that there were building closure due to these repairs, that I was told was not acceptable, that we actually had to provide proof of this year's sales. And I'm confused on that.
Well, I think that's a small problem in a larger discussion that we don't have time for right now, unfortunately. But I think the Bureau gets the idea that there are many questions yet as to how this can properly be implemented. And we still do need to talk about, I mean, what happens when people do start saying, no, I'm not going to comply. And I mean, I think the answer to that is it already exists in the rules. I mean, just, but this is a discussion that's going to end up on the agenda next meeting, I believe. And I hope there's more answers to the many questions, because that's all we did today was ask questions. We don't have many answers. Something to look forward to, that's right. So what's next? Stock and inventory.
We did that.
Oh, the other one was inventory adjustment during changes. I think, is that, Chris, is that your topic?
Yes, sir. Closure. During closure.
Oh, during closings,
Yeah.
or transfers, yeah.
Yeah, it's actually-
That's actually a misnomer, it's not just closings, it's transitions of inventory.
If
Chris,
I
you
may-
want to present the problem so
Yeah.
we can?
If I may have the floor for just a moment. And I've been working with staff on this, and I know that they're continuing to work on resolution, but essentially the problem is this, that in certain circumstances, and you're gonna have a whole myriad of them coming with all of these site attachments that you just voted on earlier today, because a lot of those facilities are operating under separate facility numbers. When stock is transferred from one facility to another, the current policy, if you'll pardon the use of the term, being employed by our staff in the bookkeeping and reporting to create a service charge invoice is the same process they use in an inventory buy down. And that is that they adjust down the initial inventory, the month's opening and closing by the amount that was transferred or bought down, and then they add that amount back into stock purchases. Okay, so what that yields then is an inaccurate calculation of net monthly business proceeds and service charge due in those scenarios where it was just a transfer. And I was involved in a transfer in May, facility number 1016, It's made up of 3 locations, and only one of them was being transferred to another operator as part of the creation of the downtown Columbus route. The inventory amount transferred to that operator was $5,600. So that $5,600 was added to my actual purchases for the month of $2,900. And so that yielded like $8,500 in stock purchases, which was subtracted off of my $6,100 in sales for the 17 days in May. And what you end up with is a negative $3,954 or something like that net monthly business proceeds for the month, because the purchase amount was grossly overstated by the $5,600 that was transferred. Right now, from working with Amy and Christy on this, they feel like their hands are tied because that the computer system that they have collaborated with IT to develop does not allow for any other way to reduce the inventory in a facility. I think that's problematic, because the net consequence was this. The net proceeds for the month was $1,692. But because of this errant calculation, it was reported as negative $3,900 and some, which of course reflects badly on me as an operator. And the service charge that would have been due on that $1,692 of $203 and change was then billed at zero, because you don't pay service charge on negative net proceeds. Now, they were able to take my $203 check and apply it some other way. I don't know exactly what bookkeeping shell game was involved in that, but the fact is that the invoice, the service charge invoice, still reflects inaccurate business results for the facility. Now, I was concerned about this because, and some people might say, well, Chris, why don't you just take the $203 and be happy? But the fact is that I want to be able to trust in the administration of this program for accurate business books. It could be an error in the other direction that's not in my favor. And I still want to be able to trust in the agency's ability and competency, if you will, to accurately administer the books of this program. And in this case, that wasn't happening. And I would suggest to you that with all of these temporary facilities that are going to be posted out and added in, for example, several of these facilities that are under separate site numbers now are going to all be added into 245. So whoever's got those contracts, if they're doing the same procedures that they did regarding 1016, are going to all be not paying appropriate service charge into the program. Now, my $203, if they had applied it into the set-aside fund, would have been matchable money, and that's $1,000 in resources to the program. Now, like I said, they did accept my check, but it was quite a bit after a lot of difficult discussions. And I had to rattle the tree. I actually talked to the deputy director for BSVI, who I believe Christie reports to, as shaking the tree to try to get some results on this, because the fact is that I cannot be content with the idea that our staff cannot find the means to accurately administer our books. We are required to submit accurate and balanced monthly operating reports, and I believe they ought to be held accountable for accurate bookkeeping as well. And this has lots of trickle-down effects. It affects the big book report at the end of the year, because it's going to be off by that $5,600. It's going to, they tell me they can change that in the spreadsheet. It would conceivably impact the RSA 15. There's a large number of kind of trickle-down effects that
Chris,
are result.
we're running out of time.
Okay, well I'm about done. I'm just trying to let you know that this problem, we're talking about ethics here, and we need to be responsible accurate bookkeeping is ethical business operators and ethical staff persons responsible to administer a business program for disabled persons. I pass.
Mr. Chair.
Real quick, Seth, and then I'll give you the
Yes, sir.
floor. Chris, to the best of your knowledge, the Bureau has agreed to make the necessary adjustments to correct this problem through IT's help in modifying the system so that they're able to do it the proper way. Is that accurate, or no? You're still getting pushback?
I know that they're working on it.
Okay.
But I also know that Christie has told me more than once that changes in program code, coding for, the BE back-end computer system are very slow in coming. And you've got all of these temporary facilities that are due to be posted as part of 245 this summer. You've got other facilities that you've talked about posting as site attachments this summer. And I'm wondering whether this body should suspend those until such time as they're able to work this out. Because I believe that we need to have accurate financial summaries of the business results of the collective efforts of the operators in this program.
Do you believe that they're not able to make the adjustments as they have for your current circumstances? Do you think they won't be able to translate that to the other circumstances where that might be necessary?
Well, what I know is that the service charge invoice that they finally did give me showed an obligation of $203 and change, but it still showed a negative net proceeds of $3,900 and some odd dollars. So,
Mr. Chair.
So I don't know what kind of shell game was involved in that.
Mr. Chair.
Let me give the chair to Seth unless he's
Are
willing to give it
you
to you.
responding directly to what he said?
I am.
I have a question about the beginning, so I'll go
Okay.
after her.
I had, Mr. Chair, I had the conversation that the invoice was still going to show incorrectly, but we would change the service charge amount. I thought that was clear, and I'm sorry if it wasn't. Also, IT is working to change just Chris's case. This issue comes up when not the entire facility is transferred. So all of these transitions, they're not going to continue, the same operator isn't going to transition and then continue to file MORs with that. That's when it gets really complicated. The current system, how it's set up, I also was not here when it was first programmed. But it is trying to account for your inventory going from $8,000 one month to $2,000 the next month. And this calculation is how it's doing that. So, like I said, IT is working to correct what you have for your particular situation. The situations this summer should not be affected by this because they're treated differently because it's a closing MOR. So I don't think that it should hold up anything, but that is my understanding on the matter. There was no shell game going on. I had thought that I expressed that the invoice was going to still show incorrect or the negative net profit, but we would change the service charge amounts you had something to pay against.
Seth?
My question is, if I'm understanding Mr. Johnson correct, you believe that you cannot change somebody's initial inventory, and is that the problem, that your initial inventory needed changed because you're getting rid of only part of it, and that's where the issue arose?
Well, that was part of what happened is that the initial inventory was changed, but obviously then also the beginning and ending inventory were changed by that same factor. But then the real issue was that they added the amount that was transferred to Jim Davis into my purchases, so that 2,900 plus 5,600 equals 8,500, and then they subtract that 8,500 off of my sales number in the calculation of net proceeds. And to Amy's questions, or Amy's point specifically, the reason I call this a shell game is because the service charge invoice, as I understand it, is based on the net proceeds line using the formula that we're all familiar with. 325 on the first 2,500 plus 20% of everything thereafter. And that's not what that doesn't equal $203. You can't get a $203 service charge invoice without some sort of manipulations, if you like that term better, because the formula for the service charge is absolutely based on the net proceeds line, which is that $3,900 number, negative $3,900. So there, yes, that's what I call a shell game, because something was done to override that formula, but you can't seem to override it at the top. You're overriding it down below, but you're not why weren't you just override it at the top?
Mr. Chair.
Okay, I want to ask a quick question here. We've got 40 minutes left and several things still on the agenda. Do I need to rush everything along, or are people willing to stay beyond 3? I know Annette cannot, so committee, please let me know now.
I don't think I can,
I'm gonna rush
Ron.
through all of this stuff because we don't have 40 minutes, or we're going to agree to stay a little bit longer so we can get to more of it. Or it's
All you've got left is the estate certificate and anything else.
there's several things for the anything else list and some of the conversation, but you're not on the committee. I'm asking the committee who has to stay for a quorum if we go beyond 3 o'clock.
I'm riding with Dave.
And if we're not gonna have a quorum anyway at 3 o'clock, I'm gonna rush through all this stuff so that we can at least. We are losing our secretary at 3 o'clock?
I might be able to stay till 3:15 for my transportation, so that's
I
fine.
presented the topic, you guys are informed.
I hope the Bureau is addressing the issue, and certainly I agree that it is an issue, and I think the rest of the committee agrees that this is an issue that needs to be addressed, and it sounds like you're doing that. Can we get a follow-up next meeting of what's happened to work towards doing it properly in the future? Christie or Amy?
Yes.
Yes, okay. Is anybody else? Amy, you did ask before, did you have one last thing you want to say?
I'm good.
Okay.
You want to go on to?
Oh, sorry.
So the next item on the agenda is estate certification to AG. And I think this is on the agenda because of the Joe Hall situation. I know Seth had some things to say about this. and
Well, I thought I-
Amy, or
yeah.
Christie has some things she
Yeah.
wants to say about it, so whoever wants to jump in, please.
So Joe Hall's estate owes like $2,500, and how we've dealt with it in the past is that we send it to the family. Some have paid, some have not. We've certified after by our rules, it says shall certify. Our rules do say 25%, we have to add on to that. I think we did a lot of research on where that originated from. It's been in there since I've been here. I think Steve Moore put it in there. You know, it's one of those things that I think that once we, you know, open up the rules, work with the inventory, that's something that I think we all agree we should take out. But the estate certification to the AG, I've had someone come and say that they would want to settle this. I don't know the implications of how we've dealt with it in the past, if we can do that. If you guys, before it goes to the AG, I know that once it goes to the AG, we've had people reach out and offer a settlement, and that we bring it back to you guys and agree with, you know, or have a conversation. You know, there are people that, it's not, you know, Joe is a great guy. We've had operators in the past. We don't like certifying people to the AG. You know, this is another reason why if we don't have loans and we don't have an inventory loan program, that this will go away. We'll still have to have certification to the AG if someone, you know, skips town and owes a service charge, but it'll be a very small piece of it. So I don't know what to do with this, what the committee's thoughts are on this. The person, the wife, she's not personally reached out to us, but I think that there might be some financial issues, but I'm unsure.
So you said that somebody has reached out to make a settlement offer on the 2,500? They're willing to
Yes, but
pay a
it's
certain
not the
portion of it?
family, it's, yes, 10% on the 2,500.
Oh.
A operator who wants to remain anonymous. Anonymous. You know, and I appreciate that. I think that their heart is in the right place. Again, we're talking about forgiving debt though, but I don't know if that's something that you guys can want to take that offer up before it is certified, if that's even permissible. I'm still, a little confused on that.
It seems to me that this is where your lawyers can
I know,
keep, because
I know.
that is a question about, I mean, this isn't a rule, this is well, it is a rule, and
So-
the rule created the debt, but now does the law require the debt to be collected, and if it's not in a certain amount of time, then it shall go to the AG, or
Right, but
how does
then-
that work? Yeah.
Right, and then we've got our rule for OVRC on active participation, that any settlement goes to the full committee for active participation. And so I
Yeah,
guess that's a question too,
yeah,
that
the question is, what's the
can
settlement?
we
Yeah.
create a settlement right here? And I don't know if that settlement, that's the other piece of this. I have an offer for 10% if, you know, I don't know.
Mr. Chair?
Yeah.
I don't know if we can answer. We don't know, I mean, honestly, I think that'd be nice. If we're allowed to, as a program, I don't mean me as a committee, I mean as the whole program, allowed to accept the settlement at this stage, then, you know, I think it's something we can think about and consider. But I don't know that if we're allowed to, and you don't seem to know if we're allowed. So I don't know how we can be of assistance if we don't know what what our limitations are for this.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, sir.
in the past on settlements that you brought back to the committee, you know, those settlements from the person calling BE and avoiding the AG's office even after it's been remitted to them, or is this before it was remitted to the AG?
No, it's always been the AG, and quite frankly, it was like a year and a half ago that we didn't even know this whole settlement thing was an option with the, that they could call the AG and offer a settlement.
Yeah, that's it, I mean, that's in the state, that's in the revised code. The
But
state
we
law-
didn't- yeah, we didn't know that,
The state
yeah.
law does allow for
Right.
the AG to work with you to create a settlement if it's in the best interest of the state, blah, blah, blah.
And again, I'm not an attorney, but our rules, I think, are silent to whether or not a settlement can be brought prior to it being certified to the AG.
Well, I mean, I don't think it's silent.
The other-
I don't, it's probably silent on settlement, but it's not silent on when the debt is owed. I mean, it's not silent about if there's an inventory shortage, that's now an obligation. Or if there's service charge due, that's now an obligation, and that, so it's not silent in that way. And the revised code regarding certification of the AG isn't silent either. It says if a debt is owed and it's not paid within a certain number of days, it shall be certified to the AG.
Right, and
I'm just begging Rick to jump in here
Yeah,
somewhere, somehow, because
Payment is-
that's right, we can't.
That payment's due July 1st. It will be overdue July 1.
Mr. Chair.
That
Yes,
payment's
sir.
due
Here for a
July 1.
reason.
Actually, the Ohio Revised Code is 45 days. So our rules actually violate the Ohio Revised Code
Not
because we
surprising.
give people 60 days.
Not surprising at all. But it is an interesting question. Are we able to alleviate people, whether it's people's estates or people existing who abandoned the program, or people just, for whatever reason, are unable to pay? Can we make adjustments ourselves? I don't know if we can, nor do I know whether we should, because the question then becomes, who gets a deal and who doesn't, and who gets a great deal and who gets a not great deal? And, I mean, how do we apply that equitably across the spectrum of reasons we could settle with people on debt service before they're certified to the AG? I don't know how you manage that.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, sir.
I think the first qualification should be deceased operator. I think in this case, we're talking about a deceased operator. And as for the 25% to go to send it, Rule 3304-121 only applies to operators. Mr. Hall has passed, so he is not 60 days past due. His estate is. And his estate cannot be held to a standard under 3304 because they're not eligible to act under 3304. So we should send it to the AG, obviously, because that's what's required by both the ORC and and the administrative code under our rules. But we should not be charging a 25% to an entity that is not an operator, who are the only people that are subject to 3304-121. That was my part of it. I don't think we should be adding fees to a deceased operator, because the family is not the operator. They didn't agree to our rules. They owe the money because they're the estate. I agree wholeheartedly. But we should not be adding our own fees, because fees are added by the Attorney General under the Ohio Revised Code for anybody who doesn't pay a debt to the state.
Mr. Chair?
Yeah.
Honestly, does it matter, and hear me out with this. We certify it to, the program certifies it to the agent, adds the 25%. Then the donor still comes forward with their probably approximately $250, so that will settle the whole debt for $250, then we decide it then. The 25% then is irrelevant. If we accept the $250 before or after, it's an irrelevant number at that point. So we know we can do it if it comes to us after the fact, because we've done that in the past and we've learned that. We just don't know if they're allowed to do it before the fact. So honestly, it's irrelevant. Let's see if there's a settlement that can be reached after it's certified, assuming that it does get certified.
And we certainly are gonna yank that 25% provision out of the rule.
Absolutely.
That's gone.
Mr.
Yeah.
Chair, I do want to say that, from what I understand, that was put in there under false pretense.
Yeah.
So,
By
we-
Steve Moore.
Yes, we were absolutely told that the Attorney General collected 25% of everything collected. So in order for us to get our full money back, we had to add that much to the debt. That's the whole reason that was put in the rule. So if that's not true, that they don't collect 25%, there's no need for that.
So,
Definitely don't.
anybody want to make a motion regarding
I don't think we can yet.
well, we can. Does anybody want to, or should we move on? Is there more?
Move on.
Seth justifiably is concerned about this, and I agree with him wholeheartedly. The sentiment is there. It is a sad, tragic thing that the estate is put in a position to have to deal with a person's business. And unfortunately, that really is the person's responsibility to, and it was a reminder to me when all this came up that I don't know that I've got all my ducks in a row so that my estate isn't going to end up in, with some issues. And we still have to address the issue of what can we allow an estate to do in terms of upgrading the facility? Or what can we can't require them to do anything, that's for sure. But a really crappy thing to do would be to show up the day a person dies and say, hey, we've got to transition, your recently deceased husband or father out of this facility. I mean, that's an issue too that is going to come up at some point that we need to do.
Mr. Chair, isn't that what happens? Isn't that what happens?
I don't know of any time that we've gone in and yanked somebody out of the facility the day they died. I hope not. That would be a horrible thing to do.
Well, I mean, the transition happens, pretty quick though, right?
No, not usually. Usually we allow families to run, or whoever, to run the place for several months without contract, just because we don't have the heart to go in and say, we're taking this over and putting another operator. And why would we? That would be a horrible thing to do. But it's also, it's problematic.
Mr. Chair.
Yeah,
We usually, I wouldn't say we let them run it for months on end, but we let them run it while, or ask them to run it while it's posted until it comes.
well, we've seen it happen, we've seen it happen for as long as a year. We had it happen for a year with a contract with Lynn Hustwick. That's how she was
That was
introduced to her
several
program.
years.
That was a long time.
That was
ago.
more than a year.
And that was wrong on so many levels, which is reason. Yeah, and we've allowed other people. I mean, I had a good friend that I started the program with who passed away. His family ran it for 4 or 5 months, and then other times we've allowed them to run it for as long as it took us to find a replacement. But we've never gone in the day of or the week of, nor should we. But what if the family or nobody's willing to do anything? We're gonna have to do something then, I suppose. If we ever encounter that situation where the person dies and there's nobody else to do anything, we can't let the facility go without service for any length of time. Anyway, I digress. So, anything else? What do you guys got? Chrissy, you got some stuff written down. No.
Okay.
I've got two things, if nobody else has anything. The first is budget. We need to present a budget for what we think we're going to collect and what we think we're going to spend for 2025. And right now, we're flush with money pretty well, but we don't have any plans for 2025 to spend it on anything so far. And so my suggestion is that we start, if the Bureau work with us, as it should, in development of the budget to figure out what we're going to spend all these excess funds on. And I'm hoping it'll be some new facilities, but we've got to make decisions about where we're going to go get new facilities to spend all this money. Great jobs.
Mr. Chair.
Yeah, go ahead.
Sally, double check with you, but I believe, don't we have University of Toledo main campus scheduled for 2025?
Yes.
Scheduled as in we've had negotiations and we're working on a contract and we figured out, how many machines we have to buy and where we're gonna place them and all that kind of stuff, so we're not that far along. And that should be, I think the committee already made motions to say we need to sooner than later go after UT. But that's only one project, we've got money for more than one, what else can we do? So between now and the next meeting, because we have to present a budget in August. And I don't know how we're gonna do that. We want to participate in that conversation about how much money we're gonna spend on this, that, and the other. And that's everything that we spend money on, not just new equipment, it's everything else.
Mr. Chair.
We need to get going on that. Yes, Sally?
During this meeting, we also talked about Stark State and Owens, the beverages at Owens. So those would be two other things we could put on the list.
Mr. Chair. As I say, Mr. Chair, give Sally and Mott and I a chance to meet, we'll get you a list, and then bring it back to the committee, and you guys can prioritize it. Or we can prioritize it together and go through it and see.
Well, and we need to interact with the Bureau to see what
Yeah,
they're willing to do.
absolutely. Well, that's what I said, all of us.
Rodney?
Yes.
Oh, Sarah.
What's the criteria of coming up with
Speech
valuable,
notification. Ring. 1 hour ago.
applications
Ring.
to go after? Like, we had a conversation a while back about Wright State and University of Dayton.
Newsbreak. 1 mark dismiss.
Whoopsie.
2:39 p.m. Notification. Ring. Mark dismiss. Speech off. Speech notification. WHI. Mark dismiss. 2:39 p.m. Notification. 10 TV. Mark dismiss.
And a lot of this.
2:39 p.m. Notification. Ring. Mark dismiss. Speech off.
Beverage service contracts.
Speak. Facebook. Mark dismiss.
That makes it
Speech off.
easier for us to go in.
Walmart. Mark dismiss.
26.
Okay.
And BGSU is 27.
So again, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Is there a procedure in place for us to help the Bureau, or we move, I mean, how do we go forward?
2:39
That's a
p.m.
good question.
Notification. 10 TV. Mark dismiss.
All of us can sit here and rattle off 20
2:40 p.m.
20
Status bar item.
facilities that we would like to see
Swipe
created.
down with 3 fingers to
We
reveal
can't do 20 of them,
notifications.
obviously,
Swipe up
in
with 3 fingers to
2025.
reveal
We
the
only
control
have a budget
center.
for
Double tap to scroll to
1 or
top.
2 or 3
10
or 4,
notification.
depending on
Mark
what they
dismiss.
are. And that's the question
2:40
I'm
p.m.
asking.
Status bar
We
item.
need to engage in
Swipe
what
down with
those
3
things
fingers to
would
reveal
be.
notifications.
I agree.
Swipe up with 3 fingers to reveal the control center. Double tap to scroll to top. Speech off.
We need to start doing that. Yeah.
Seth.
Seth and then Annette.
In the 2025 budget, what is the replacement of machines? Are we still only working on rest stops that are closing down quicker than we're putting machines in them? All right. How are we working on that? Is that part of this budget, or is that part of money that is different from the?
Mr. Chair, the modernization, including the rest area replacements, are part of the modernization fund, so it's not, we don't necessarily like have a, they give us an amount, I guess, but we don't necessarily like have a pot, yeah.
Yeah, we don't have the budget for that. That's an amount we get to spend, and it's
Yeah.
already established what we're allowed to spend it on and all of that. That's not part of the budget we're talking about. The budget we're talking about is the money that we bring in.
Yes.
Like service charge and coke money and all those other things, and then we have, you know, based on what we think we're gonna have coming in available to spend, we have to decide how are we gonna portion those categories that we need to spend money on across the amount of money we have to spend, like staff payroll and maintenance and repair and storage and acquisition of new equipment or replacement equipment that doesn't fall under that fund. Those are the things we need to look at. And my concern is that we need to continue to grow the programs at these facilities, especially now that we're bringing more people online that want jobs. And I'm just suggesting that it's running late as to what we can do with the budget, because we have to turn it into, is it OVM we turn our budget into? And several organizations.
Mr. Chair,
Huh?
we send,
The treasurer and.
yeah, we send out an amount for RSA for pre-approval, and then we send our budget to like our fiscal department, because they have to work it in with
theirs
the
and
rest
then
of
it
the
goes on. Yeah,
agency.
yeah. And we have till middle of August to do that.
Yep.
And it's gonna be a shame if we show up with a big pot of money and nothing to spend it.
Right, because they go back in the car.
Yeah, go ahead, Annette.
All right, I bet I know this is, I bet this is where you were gonna go, and I'll get us there. NASA, Elkton Prison, secondary highways. We passed a motion, several meetings, I don't know, I know.
That they were gonna test.
That they were gonna explore
site
all of
assessments.
those.
Yeah.
Where are we with that? Because if we're going to explore doing any of those and want to get them on the budget, we need to probably know that information for the July meeting at the latest. So what exploration has been done with those three entities, and what are we gonna do with them?
So, Mr. Chair, we will look into those.
We just got a consultant up there.
Just
I
got a
understand
consultant
that
who right now
we were short-handed.
is scrambling right now to get the CSU and Tri-C up and running. It's not like she's busy right now. But, and then she's also covering part of Toledo, and so is our Canton. And we haven't even been able to post for the Toledo backfill of Lynn. So.
And I only bring those up because I brought them up all year long. I made a motion and it passed, and I brought it up times beyond that. And I think it's important, and I think there's other ideas out there too. Like this amount of people, there's still many universities we can go after, like Keith said, there's still, there's county, we can have a discussion about, counties aren't a bad place to go, even though they're not priority locations. There's somebody we can work with, because we can more easily make those non-priority type locations want to conform and participate in our mission as employing blind people, making blind people independent with their own business. So there's all kinds of things we can do. Let's just figure out which ones we want to do for 25 and do them. So they're in the budget, and we have a path forward to get some new facilities created in 2025. Because it starts with deciding what they'll be and creating a budget that allows it. And neither of those things has happened. Yes.
I want to say, we have, and I know everyone has jobs to do. I know we have a new consultant up there, but it doesn't always need to fall on the consultant in the area. We have other consultants in areas that are not as busy. We have, I believe, four, almost, going to be 5 management level staff people. Someone can pick up a phone and call NASA and get that rolling. Someone can pick up a phone and call ODOT. Someone can pick up a phone and call Elkton Prison and get those things rolling. I know it takes a little more work once the phone call's done, but just to say our consultant's busy isn't really a good excuse that all this time has gone by, and we've been asking for this information for a long time and apparently have gotten nowhere with it.
Mr. Chair.
Yeah, Frank.
One of the things now, my original idea with this was to see, and I don't, with all the new restrictions from RSA on how money can be spent and stuff, was to bring in Rainmaker and see if they could help us find private sector locations, but I didn't know, and I'm not sure, but my bet is RSL probably can't spend money on that. But what Rainmaker does, and they've worked with vendors in other states, is they come in now, they're not cheap. But what I wanted to ask, if we can't do that through the state licensing agency, there would have to be some kind of thing where people would sign up for it, we want to be interested in it or whatever. But if we don't do it that way, I wanted to ask the committee, is this information, I need to get a hold of the lady from there and get it updated, or have Christie reach out and get it updated. Is it something we may want to send out to all the vendors and put that information in their hands, and, because no one's endorsing the company or saying, use this company. We would just for everybody's information, if somebody wants to contract with them and see what they can do. I just wanted to ask that question. I wanted to hear from other committee members on what your thoughts are on that, just putting that information out there, just making clear the program's not saying the program wouldn't be endorsing them, we're not endorsing them, it would just be providing information.
We've talked about it before, and I don't, on its face, object to private sector, but I will say that, again, there's at least 50 ideas out there, places where we can create facilities, and the private sector facilities are more difficult to acquire and more difficult to hang on to for various reasons. We've got a lot of things immediately available to us that are federal priorities and state priorities. And I also agree that even though counties aren't priorities, they're good partners if you find the right ones and can satisfy their needs. And that's what we should focus on first, because we're in a crunch right now. We've got $1 million in the bank right now and no idea how to spend it. And that's $1 million, most of which can be matched. So you're talking about a lot of money.
And Mr. Chair, I will throw out, I believe there used to be 3, I don't know if they're still out there in Butler County. There's MRDE buildings out there that this program used to have. But I will tell you, on July 5th, when I was inventoried into that location, the grantor from that location came out and talked to the BD specialist and said, get your stuff and get out. So, there might be time, well, it wasn't because of me, I was the new guy, I'm like, wait.
Your first day.
Yeah. You didn't shower that morning?
So it was I think they had let it get out of hand, and they weren't.
Yeah, I had something like that happen to me.
The other operator and things like that, it just got way out of hand. I even told the VP, I'm like, give me a chance, I can fix this. He was like, it doesn't matter what you do, they've already made up their mind.
And that's one of the reasons why non-priority locations are problematic, because they can end us at their whim. It has happened in the past. Just recently, we lost 2 sites of the county route because of the bad behavior of its operator. That's recent history. In further back history, we had a facility, 1 Elizabeth Place in Dayton, a private hospital. We had a great facility there. We invested hundreds of thousands of dollars in it. The facility was a 6-figure facility, and it got sold to a new owner. And the new owner decided they wanted somebody else in there, and in order to push us out, they went from requesting a 10% commission to a 30% commission, and there was no way we could compete. We had to pull out. And we had no priority, nothing to fall back on, and that investment was gone and lost. And that's not to say that we shouldn't go after those kinds of things, but that shouldn't be at the top of our list when there's so much other priority stuff to go after first.
Well,
and there's also the idea that people on their own outside of this program can go after private business on their own. And VR even will help people with that. And that would include county and city opportunities as well. There's nothing that prevents anybody from on their own going out to private facilities and doing that themselves.
Do we have literature for that?
Yeah, we're not here with Keith and Frank. And we're going to have to go on to the next subject, so if nobody wants to make a motion about what our priorities should be for 2025. That it? Oh, that'll be on the agenda next meeting.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Oh, you go.
Can you speak?
No, I just saying, Mr. Chair, do we have literature or anything to approach people with outside of a general conversation?
That's what I'm asking for. I'm asking for the committee to make decisions about who we should be going and talking to. I think the Bureau agrees and the committee agrees that UT's on the list. We're definitely going after UT as quick as we possibly can. Okay? Other than that, we don't have any idea what we're doing next. And I just think it would be a good idea for us to decide what 4 or 5 or 6 or 8 things we want to focus on and make sure we get some things going so we can spend all of our money on to create new facilities. Especially since we're going to have 10 new licensees without jobs pretty soon.
Well, Mr. Chair, my only point to the MRDD buildings out in Butler County, it's been several years, it may be time to revisit those. I will say they're out, but I know, I think we have it out, Seth's out in that area too, plus FUC, so, I don't know what program to get back in or not, it is county, so we don't have priority, but.
And there's 88 counties in the state too.
Yeah.
Not just.
Right, but, if we could do it there, hopefully we could do it duplicated in other
Yeah,
counties and.
We're in some counties now. Okay, anything else on that? Anybody wants to make a motion? So the other thing I had was equipment modernization. I got a call from an operator who was very distressed over the way that occurred with them. They didn't like that they didn't get to interact enough with what equipment was going to be purchased and how it was configured and how it was set up and all those kinds of things. And I wanted to raise the question about, as we're doing this, are we interacting well with the operators who are having their equipment replaced, new equipment? Do we have standards of questions and things that we need to find out from them so that we order an appropriate equipment that's configured properly? And if there's enough change in the equipment, are we making sure that they get the training they need to be able to interact with that effectively moving forward and all those sorts of things? And I'd also like to know, are we, I mentioned this during lunch to Amy, do we have a good plan for all this stuff that's being replaced? Are we keeping track of what's going to be salvaged and what's useful, or do we have categories of usefulness? This would be good for an obscure place, whereas this would be good for a high-end place, like if we need something in a university. Are we managing the equipment that's being replaced well, like that? But most importantly, I want to make sure that when we do get the new equipment for operators, are we doing everything necessary to make that transition to the new equipment effective for them, useful for their facility? And I thought we had an equipment modernization group that, because there's lots more questions that could be asked too. I don't know if it's met or anything.
Mr. Chair,
Yeah.
we actually did have an initial meeting. I was really slow on that because I took over all the Pepsi at UC and I was really busy until the end of the school year. But we did have an initial meeting, and prior to that, they were only buying USI and AMS machines, and there's been several operators who aren't happy with the replacement equipment that they got. During that meeting, they're not going to be enforcing the only 2 types of machines now. So I think it's really important. It sounds like operators will have a much better opportunity to help choose what equipment they get, which is a really good thing. We're going to have to work with this for years to come, so we'll be comfortable with what we're getting. And everybody has their own preferences on equipment and what they think works best for them, and that should play an important part in the choices for your equipment if your equipment's being replaced.
Mr. Chair.
Who is that? Your voice is very low today.
I'm
Really chill.
You told me I was disruptive earlier, I'm trying to calm it down. Is there a way to get a list of how we're prioritizing who gets what? I understand that the governor said I want to do all the rest areas, even though we're closing them down in 2 months, I want them changed now.
No, that's
Do,
not happening.
do we have a list of where we're going from there? Because, I mean, the Vice Chair just mentioned high priorities. I have some really old machines that you see. I mean, peeling paint, just terrible looking. And I have beautiful machines at Cincinnati State where they don't even want to stay.
Mr. Chair, we've asked each of the consultants to work with their operators and then come back and kind of say which facilities or which locations need to be sooner than later. I mean, the reality is we're looking to replace hopefully over 700 machines in the course of the 2 years, so it's not gonna be like a long wait regardless. Well, as if the manufacturers can make that many. But the consultants should definitely be having those conversations with everybody to know what needs to be high priority, even if it's just like you have these sets of buildings that like you really need versus.
And also, just as a secondary note for all of this, can somebody please talk to Schaefer and tell him that none of these damn machines are self-leveling?
Or what, self-leveling?
Yes.
Okay.
They're not. They're not. They are not.
Mr. Chair, to answer the question,
Tell 'em about
I think that we're working through it as a, like, the consultants are working through it as a group, but I'm not deciding if that's what you're asking.
No,
Like,
I'm just trying to figure out where this is ultimately coming, because if you have 5 consultants working on it and nobody knows who goes first, that might be a problem.
Yeah, so I've had them all send like a list basically, and that list was sent to the work group, and I can send it out to the whole committee or even all operators. And then we're gonna work through that to prioritize, like, kind of, I have a director like Steve, is it, who's the?
It was my impression we were gonna go with the oldest machines first.
Thunderdome. I don't know if it's like a Thunderdome where the consultant's like, you know, these are my top, we're ordering 50 machines right now, these are my top 10, and these are my, like, I don't know how it's gonna really throw down. But if you do have something in immediate need, please let your consultant know.
And that was the floor that, before that, I want to make sure I circle back to the operator who called me's initial concern. They were concerned when it was offered, the equipment was offered to them, there was no discussion about how the machines could be configured, and I'm hoping that moving forward, we can come up with a questionnaire or things that need to be addressed by the consultant and the operator as to how the machines should be configured, like, should I order prices or not? Because some operators use pricing on the machines, some don't. And that's now, that isn't included with the machines anymore, that's an option. Or how should the appointment be set up? Or, you know, those kinds of things that need to be considered when ordering a machine, so that once it arrives, the operator isn't frustrated for a month because they've got to, you know, correct all of these issues that were a matter of ordering to begin with. Would have never been an issue had the machine been ordered in the proper configuration or set up into the proper configuration once the seller
No,
receives it.
Mr. Chair, my consultant actually does ask questions like that.
Well, not all do. I mean, I got it.
Mr. Chair,
Actually,
and the instruction for all the consultants was to absolutely have conversations, multiple conversations. And I know that they have. And, you know, is there a one-off or is there, you know, I know there was one issue that we overlooked the Red Bull kit because those are a different thing. But that doesn't mean wholesale that there was no conversations and people haven't been
Oh, no, I'm
involved.
just asking to make sure that we are doing it, because there was an operator who was very upset, and rightfully so, because there was a lot of things missed.
And I know that.
Only asking, are we doing it?
Yeah, and there's issues with price labels, and, you know, we've been told by Schaefer, that they're no longer available on the machines, the price labels.
Some are and some aren't, but that needs to be part of the conversation with consultants. Annette, go ahead.
Yeah, with the modernization, Dan, I know this has probably been talked about, but I don't remember the answer. Since ODOT obviously has pushed back some of the rest area remodels, and we all know they'll probably not open on time, they doesn't open either. We're probably looking into 27 in some cases before some of them are open. And I know our extra budget money that we got for the modernization had a time limit on that. So I guess I'm just asking, will there be, are we just gonna have to do those rest areas with our regular funds and do some other things with the modernization? How's that planning on going?
Mr. Chair, great questions, and I think that we need to put that on our radar and try to figure that out. That is great questions. It does, I mean, we'll put that on our list, things to ask, and where those, you know, how many machines we're looking at, what facilities. And ODOT, like, the construction, we've talked about it, we can't control when things close, open. This reminded me, they are having a grand reopening for the Conneaut Ashtabula rest area. And, you know, that's Tom Neal's up there, he does a great job. I know Anne Marie is going to be up there, the governor is planning on being up there for it. Berna King, she's gonna be up there. And I know in the last time they had an event at Fairfield, John Kennedy's place, that even Director Marchbanks, any time that they can mention the Business Enterprise Program in your vending machines, I think it's good press. So there are good things going on. For the governor to go to a grand reopening, I think is a big thing.
All right, anything else? It's 3:04.
Mr. Chair, I would only like to point out that I think going forward, the Bureau should behave in such a way that communications that they have with other agencies not be done in such a way that it avoids creating a public record.
So Mr. Chair, can I just address that? So we did talk to OBM. They gave us a response that records were requested. That was on September 12th of last year, and I sent that to the full committee, their response in writing. So everyone had gotten that in writing.
You said that the communication, and we were talking about earlier, happened by phone.
And they followed up in email saying, based off of our conversation, we request that that the backup documentation is just that there is backup documentation. So it was memorialized in an email, that phone call, and I didn't even sit on it. I immediately sent it to you guys that day. So you guys have from OBM what they said.
And that just fell through the cracks on the tapes.
I don't know. Because those public records with that might have been an IT, I don't know if you got that or not.
Can you resend that, please?
Sure.
Okay, anything else? Meeting's adjourned.
Okay. Should we have a motion?
Motion to adjourn. It's not required by Robert.
It's not required. I thought it was, but